Usted no ha quedado nada. Con almohadas mojadas en la cabeza por si caía algo, teníamos algo de protección.
We need more help, much more aid, and it's been organized. Everything is just destroyed.
Se está escuchando tu audio.
Okay.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos de nuevo a el tercer y último día.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this third day, last day of this ETC Los Lagos 2020. This is the first transmedia entrepreneurship on creative territories of the lakes, Los Lagos territory, from Frutillar, Los Lagos, here in Chile, and broadcasting for Chile and the world. So thank you very much for being here. We're really happy that you're here once again. Together with us, joining us in this digital world. You are listening to us and also watching us. We have a huge day today, a great panorama for this Friday. We're watching the future, isn't it, Alex? What can you tell us? Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for us to be here. Thank you for being here. We're glad that you are being here after 3 days of so much content and activities. So we're really happy, and we have many big surprises for today for all of you guys. So we're going to start by greeting our friends, allies, and partners. So first of all, we are going to welcome all of you, and of course, we're going to greet our partners and allies. We can develop this event thanks to the contribution of Corfo, Chile, and the Ministry of Art, Cultures, and the Heritage, and Planea's agency as well. Together with them, we also have a work table, which is quite wide with different institutions, entrepreneurships, companies, which are supporting us. Among them, Pro Chile, Sarnatur, PTI, Creative Destination, Foundation, Teatro del Lago, Corporation of Musical, Wings of Frutillar, Creative Set and Platters. We also have video partners, Bio Video, La Radio. And together with them, we are having IMI Chile, Mucha Media, Doble Impacto, Chile Música, Mentores Creativos, Lyrify, CAP, and Evolution. So thank you very much to Kiwi Media and Detexur, who are on the backstage doing a huge work so you can see this in your homes. Well then, so we'll show some images. We have a great guest, a great friend, big friend, I would say. And nowadays, after many battles, too many drops of water in a lake. I want to introduce my friend, even though I have introduced him, hundreds of times. But I want to talk about a friend who's, we have had many things in common. And that he says sometimes there are some contradictions, but nonetheless, we are always building each other and helping to each other. He's so generous. He's always there for you. My friend Felipe, He's got COVID. He's isolated right now. Nonetheless, I was really concerned because I said, Jesus Christ, man, he's maybe feeling really bad, but he wants to be here, and he really wanted to be here with us. So Felipe Buitrago, Vice Minister of Creativity and Economy, co-author together with Ivan Duque, the president of the Orange Economy, Infinite Possibilities, and many other texts and many wonderful creations that have changed the scenario of the creative economies all over Latin America and beyond. So, dear Felipe, how are you today? How do you feel? Good morning here from Bogota, broadcasting with two 2 hours behind in time. So it's really nice that we're talking about the future because you're there in the future. I am 2 hours behind. So I'm really happy to be here with you all. Once again with Alex, of course, really happy to be part of this special event in a beautiful scenario as Los Lagos Theater. It is a place that, I mean, before talking, we were talking about it. I've been invited there, I mean, many times, and I haven't been able to go. But anyways, this pandemic is teaching us that we cannot postpone dreams. We cannot put off our dreams. So I hope to be there soon. Excellent. So we're going to welcome you here. And the debt is so big because you have said it's been 8 years you have been invited. So at least, I don't know, you should have 1 week or 10 days to be here. And we will have plenty of activities to do here. So we'll talk about the future today. On the first day, we talked about creative entrepreneurship. Second day, we talked about creative territories. We have had excellent, marvelous panelists, impressive guests. And of course, now we have you in order to talk about the creative future. And right now, we'll have the first Vice Minister of Creativity, the only one I know. I mean, that's so cool, isn't it? The Vice Minister of Creativity and Creative Economy. What about that? So the floor is all yours. Well, thank you very much. Well, I was invited here to share ideas about which is the future. What's the future like? And as the Danish would say, it is quite difficult to predict the future. It is hard to make predictions, especially when we're talking about the future, but nowadays we have some hints, clear hints about where things are going, which are the trends. And in that sense, if the pandemic has started something, and crises like that have two possible effects. One, they create a change, radical change in the direction of things, or they accelerate change. And what's happening with this pandemic of COVID-19, it is an acceleration of what the digital transformation was. So we're going to start by that. We should be clear that the future, it is going to be mediated by the way in which we're going to have our digital transformation. The ones who are assuming the challenge of a digital transformation, of that word which we're using and we're tired of, unsaturated, which is reinvent ourselves. I mean, the ones who are doing it in a methodic way, thoughtful way, they're going to build that future with a more accurate fashion. The ones who prefer to live this in the same way, they're going to run the risk of activities which need to be transformed, and therefore they may be out of the game. So, in order to have this conversation, I'd like to invite you all to think in a character, which is the Little Prince. The Little Prince has a road, beautiful path, a beautiful road through the universe, and he visits many different planets. And when he gets to a planet, special planet, the smallest planet in his visit, he finds a character which is called the light man, and he is to put enough a candle, and once again he turns it on and off, saying good morning, good evening, good night, and he does it all over and over. And the Little Prince tries to find out what's happening, and this guy tells or says that it is the what he has to do when the planet is in darkness, he has to turn on the light, and when the planet has light, he should greet and turn off the candle. So the little prince is wondering, because clearly the motto of opening and lighting and putting off the candle is coming from something or a different situation, because the planet used to turn slower, but now it is turning faster. So therefore, it doesn't make any sense. So right now, there are many different situations where were useful in the past when when the world was turning slower, when reality being defined by the word of arts and culture was 100% analog. But that word had some rules of the game, and the rules ruling everything were different. But now we have a digital world, which is much faster. And that means that our rules of the past, I mean, we need to revise them. We don't have to waste them just because, but we need to be much more intentional in which the rules are. And the reason for that is quite simple. It is because of the opportunities. The Little Prince, one of the things that really got his attention about the work of this Candleman, it was that the Candleman, it is just concentrating in one room. And he was missing the opportunity of enjoying 1,400 sunsets in just one day. And that is something beautiful. The Little Prince said it. It is impossible not to be a friend of someone who can share 1,400 sunsets in a day. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, in the framework of the rules, regulations that we need to replace and revise, which are those 1,400 sunsets that we're not observing, that are occurring and happening, and that we are not enjoying? We're not taking the most of them. So, well, part of what we need to think is that in the framework of this pandemic, something that is being taught to all of us is that we could get digitalized. Nowadays, we're in a virtual meeting, virtual gathering where Alex has moved friends, acquaintances from different parts of Latin America and the world in order to convey this program. And having this live there in Frisbee, it would have been much difficult, harder, and more expensive. It would have been fewer people, maybe. It would have been more intimate, of course, but it would have not been so diverse. So that is part of what is called a trade-off. It is an exchange, bartering between the possibility of the digital that connects us at a bigger distance and what it is means in terms of being close. Being there, sitting together with you in that scenario, beautiful scenario of the theater, Teatro del Lago, and watching, observing the audience. Well, of course, it is different. Those are different experiences. But of course, those are experiences that were possible before the pandemic, but that we couldn't take the most of them. I remember that in 10 years before the pandemic, I must have I must have had some 3 or 4 webinars, one every 2 years, and that was something quite exciting. In 9 months of this pandemic, extreme pandemic, I have had 150 or 200 webinars. So something have changed. So first of all, we need to see that within our possibilities, nowadays, we're having a digital world being open. The physical and the digital are all together. And they're going to get blended in an interesting way. In some cases, we're going to have some experiments which are not going to work. We'll have some combinations which will not work. That is part of innovation. It is part of creations. In some of the cases, we're going to find some formats that are going to work really well, which operate properly, and therefore will be able to maintain through time. In some other cases, there will be some format that we have not found, and we have no hints, and we have not gone through the experience, but we're going to find some hints. We will find that convergence, digital convergence, and physical one in many different aspects of what we're going to do. Talking about creativity, now, I mean, of course, creators are always at the borderline of innovation, and it's quite normal that artists, designers, filmmakers, the ones in the creative world, most of the time are pushing the frontier of something, borderlines of something. It could be a new technology to see how this material is going to be used in a film. it could also be in a different way of thinking in order to set how ideas can be converted into part of our reality. So it's really important to have into account two elements and have some invitations. Let's just think about Star Trek. When we think in Star Trek of the 60s, that intercommunicator individual one, at that time, I mean, we didn't have that technology. But thinking, having that communication, individual communication, that way inspired engineers to develop the first cell phone in 1974. And at the same time, Star Trek was setting some ideas in an idea of direction. For instance, in the control room, there will be not only white men, 50-year-old, but there could be young people, women, and there could be people, I mean, colored people, many, a huge diversity of people. And that is really important to keep it in mind, because when we think about artists and creators, we're going to find many hints for the future. So they're the ones who are asking the awkward questions of what didn't work. And they're going to show us where are those 1,400 sunsets. They're going to criticize why we are always stick to a rule of the past. And if the world is turning faster, there are some other options beyond the sunsets. What else can we present as possibilities? That is a topic to consider.
Tener en cuenta que muchas actividades que vemos hoy como
It's
análogas
also important to see that a lot of
van a empezar a
activities we see today will start
Pensemos
to
por ejemplo,
incorporate new technologies. Let's think of crafts. Clearly, the physical character, the physical nature of craft will not change. Craft will continue to be a tangible
piensen en la
object
naturaleza.
we can touch and take. But think of nature, think of the character of the things that has happened with craft in the last decade, particularly, and how we have had a
Sobre la
type of recovery on the history behind crafts. And it's something that has started to happen, and you can see it in different spaces, and it's that craft is
etiquetas,
starting to have different labels
si la artesanía
indicating
comunidad indígena, si
important elements, whether this is made by indigenous communities, whether this is made by different people within a family, what's called traceability. And that traceability is
la que uno
starting
pueda
to
llegar con
be
el celular.
collected in QR codes, so you can have your cell phone, and at the point of buying your craft, you can download the
Nuestro
story behind the craft. Our cultural consumption is not limited just to having the object, but to know the story of that particular object. It's not just one more generic craft, it's the one I have, and that was made by someone I can know the name, and I know who else was involved, and know about the materials, from which area of geography they come from, and how those were obtained, were they obtained responsibly or irresponsibly concerning environmental, and were they socially sustainable? See, so it's a process where the profit is for the craft person, or is it for the marketer? You see, those type of questions are the questions we are starting to ask, and technology is here to connect us personally with the craft person, with the story
Se va a reflejar en actividades,
behind
por ejemplo,
crafts, and that will be reflected upon activities such as carnival, those expressions of our heritage, our intangible heritage. So we are starting to see how in a cell phone we can download applications that nowadays, in an event such as this, are giving us additional information on the people that's involved. In the case of a carnival, such as the Barranquilla Carnival, what we are starting to see is that we will start to be told about the story of the different outfits used in the carnival, different type of outfits. And that's going to happen. That's not the only thing that's going to happen. Not that just information we're going to know. It's also the augmented experience. In just one outfit, we can project it. We can augment it and know the series of elements around it. For example, if it's about a story, a love story, if we want to know about the regions of the carnival, in the case, in particular case of Barranquilla Carnival, is a curious type of information. It
Constante en
is born
1908, aunque
constantly
digamos es una expresión
in
de
1908, whether this is an experience, an intangible experience that was being developed in the Caribbean area from before. Some carnivals are even 150 years. Barranquilla's festival is special because it assumes a concept that it was called the Flores Battle, the Flowers Battle.
en los
And that was a tradition initiated in Colombia in the coastal cities in 1913 as part of the celebrations of what was the end of the 2010 Civil War. And the end of that word was celebrated with a flowers battle, and that was the core element defining the particular identity of the carnival. Other carnivals in the region, they also have those flowers battled, but this one particularly was identified as the carrier of that tradition, taking it to some other festivals. Then we started to see how expressions, the most traditional expressions and more personal expressions, start to incorporate the aspects of technology. Then we'll see that in the component, most technological components, we are seeing a mutation of the movies or film as we know it. Has not changed, has not disappeared. We have movies,
de 70
films, 70, 180
nacional y ese
minutes.
sigue
That would be the international standard. And that continues to be the production. But we start to see that there are some other formats. So that would be film for some platforms, not for the biggest screen. We started to see a difference in extension, in
que está definido
length,
por
like the music track has been defined by the limit that the gramophone established, 4 to 5 minutes. That was what the gramophone battery could stand, the original one. And that used to determine the music track. What's happening nowadays in matters of audiovisual production
al tener una producción que
is the way of production. When we have a digital production, we can't
tiene una escena.
break up the
escena-
limit a scene has. Well, a scene before a cut, it has a limit, even 15 minutes. So we were pretty efficient in the use
había errores, no
of
había que
the
hacer-
movie. There was no mistakes, there were no cuts. And that allows us to have just 1 minute, just 15 minutes
podemos grabar
in just one chat. Today we have unlimited
Eh,
time. We can have a sequence in just one take of 2 hours without any problem. Apart from the flexibility
hacer revelados,
concerning the weight of those digital cameras, we don't need to go through a revealing process. So you see, but the length is also being impacted. We can see that there are movies experiencing of 3 and 4 hours, but also with some other shorter proportions, 40, 50, 60 minutes. We have documentaries, serial documentaries. We are seeing it changing the format. We're seeing it changing the window through which we offer audiovisual content. However, this one is one of the most
tiene que mantenerse siendo la más
dominant, but it doesn't mean it has to be dominant forever. We are seeing how audiovisual has started to be in theater, in movie theaters, and
hace
we have the holograms component. 1 or 2 decades ago, that hologram was just a promise, a big one. It was an avoidable promise, you see, concerning projection. And as many of those projections in the short term
pues porque
and
era una
you see,
tecnología relativamente
couldn't be fulfilled because it was a relatively young technology, a technology that lacked maturity costly, but what we're seeing nowadays is that technology is reducing their cost for users. And
Fuente
probably
sobre un escenario
we may have something more frequent on the stage sooner than we think, and that will take us, or will start to take us to the real projection of hologram in our artistic and cultural traditions. At this time, there is under production a first production with those characteristics. We are building a
pues espero
dome.
pronto
Well, a dome is being built in Las Vegas. I'll see if I can give you more detailed information on what's coming, but let me tell you that it is really impressive what comes in terms of activities like that.
de
The
historias
activation of colors, aesthetics, stories, meaning the experiencing with new
Entonces, fíjate
technologies on new stages. So you can see that that's where you have the digital. It's not that something that we are connected through a screen,
físicas
but
y digitales de
live
manera
experiences will be physical and digital simultaneously. All that, of course, will have an impact on the ways we understand our cultural exchanges. To many of us who have been growing in a generation connected to video games, for example, but those who are coming after us are better connected with interactivity of the video game. That's how we will start to see how this cultural exchange start being this single lateral or unilateral discourse. We used to see it through the movies, radio, TV, and it becomes more and more a conversation with a message,
poco más caótica,
a richer conversation, probably more chaotic, but having the advantage that that conversation it's a constant construction, a collective construction of identity. However, undoubtedly, to sum up, to start closing, in the future, what expects us is much more technological presence, but it is important to take into account that technological presence will demand more humanity from us. What's happening? What is happening now? Clearly, what we call now the fourth industrial revolution, machines are better at being machines,
en hacer el trabajo automático.
precisely in doing the automatic work, the effective work, the tedious work. And that will demand that each of us becomes a better human being. And that implies
A la literatura, a la
we
música,
have to be closer to literature,
práctica.
to music, arts in practice. Not because we have a big talent, not just because that those who have the talent, they have it. Those who don't should enjoy the literary expression, artistic expressions, or the visual expressions. And we have to do it for a simple reason, due to a simple reason, that practice developing, well,
La
wrongly
capacidad de trabajar.
called soft skills, such as the capacity to do teamwork, capacity to face
Adaptación y aprendizaje
problems,
constante.
the capacity for accommodation, for adaptation that's constant, the development of empathy, so that we can participate successfully in the world that's coming. In the world that we're already facing, we need to be more humane, to be closer to those emotions, to that personal closeness, to difficulties of others. We need to be able to be in someone else's shoes. That's going to be fundamental, and it will be really important when it comes to the capacity to understand and being tolerant to differences. Ale was mentioning this, something we always say that we have plenty of things in common, but what has made us closer are the subjects we share, the themes we share, and that has allowed
Amigos y
us
sentirnos
to be great friends, to become great friends and feel forced in the positive sense to be one next to the other one in these adventures. This is the invitation I would like to make, to be closer to future, not thinking that future is just technology. Future is humanity. Technology is the tool through
potenciar
which
esa humanidad.
we will foster that humanity, that human character, and we need to do that responsibly. So, as we did with the Little Prince, let's not put all of our energy
Veamos
to look with the eyes, but let's
esencial es
see with
invisible a
our
los ojos.
hearts. Remember that essential is invisible
Nos
to
vamos a dar
the
cuenta
eyes. And if we do that, we'll see that what we have in front of us in the future is not a problem, it's an opportunity. Thank you very much.
¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, claro que sí.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can. It's wonderful, wonderful what you just have said. I take away several ideas. These new mottos, these new ideas you gave me in the preface of the book.
El tema
Those make me
de
remember, for example, things about
digital que hablabas, ¿no?
this
¿Cómo estamos viviendo?
digital world, how we are living this here ourselves
Set de televisión, ¿cómo se conoce?
right now. It's not the same a TV set now as the way it used to be before. What's happening today with where
Aún para
we
hacer
don't have decks of
gente nosotros en Valdivia,
consoles to do what we are doing here. We have people, for example, in Valdivia, which is a close region to the north, and we have
en San Antonio
people
de Valparaíso también trabajando en
Teatro del Lago. We have also people from Santiago right now. And we even have a friend in Mexico helping us with social networks. So what is the technology that can stand? We are still inventing that.
Me gustó ese término.
As you said, digital, I like that concept. You're a great concept creator. How we creatives
tema. Yo me imaginaba también, Felipe,
push the border. I was figuring out about the new creative degrees we'll have today in the technical area. For example,
productor de webinars.
Webinar producer. Okay, professional people devoted to that. And what to say about craft, how they will start changing, even when the physical space, the open space where craft fairs have changed. For example, public squares, public parks. Social networks have those public parks now, and this about empathy you were mentioning and flexibility, which I personally trust plentifully. How we can bond emotionally, link, make us more humane than anything. And how this screen we have in front of you, you see that screen, which is expensive, the one I have in front of me, but this one I have in front of me with the laptop, which is not that expensive. How can those screens allow us to convey empathy from here to everywhere? I find that wonderful. Felipe, one question. When we talk about precisely about these new degrees, this concept, new professionals, and this about trespassing borders, do you think that Trosby circles a kind of move, changed, those that we used to know at the core, artistic, cultural, the media? Is there a change there? And doubtly, the border between different parts of the centric circle has been blurrier than what we wanted. Conceptually speaking, it is easier to say nuclear activities, supporting complementary activities, related activities, but in practice, when we are going to measure, people sometimes work in a cross fashion in those activities. And there is, you see, a mix of those.
¿Qué es lo
It comes
nuclear
a
o qué es lo
recomposition about that, not only on nuclear aspects and support experts, people working on two different parallels, I mean, in two different places in parallel activities, but there is something even more complex there. And probably it has to do with digesting. And this is that we, at least, have been favoring professional training for half a century.
Y hay que ser profesional.
Everything we post it as professionalism, professional training. In Colombia, they are called doctor. In Mexico, they are called bachelor. I don't know in Chile what would be the term you use, but usually the professional has their own status, and the general aspiration is that everyone should
¿Qué sucede?
become
Que,
professionals from the academic term. But what happens
La
is
disrupción.
that in the last decade, in the last 10 years, the dissolution in the system has
Y lo que empezamos a ver
been
es
really deep. And what we started seeing is that employers, on one hand, and investors, on the other hand, if you're not aspiring to be a seller or if you're not aspiring to
15 años,
be an
era
employer, you will see that 15 years ago, that was a core part of the conversation. And the question was, what's your profession? What are your degrees? Today, degrees probably is not as important than before. And what gained more relevance are skills, experiences. Experiences cannot be certified through a degree, through a title, through a diploma. In training, in digital skills, today we talk about
una insignia, pues,
some
hay
kind of a word, you see, some kind of badges, because we're thinking a lot as the Boy Scout thinks. You see, they have those badges stuck on their uniform concerning the
la
achievements
insignia
they have achieved. For example, if a scout help a senior person to cross the street, that would be a special badge. If someone
trabajar en
organizes
equipo.
a party, then they have the badge too for teamwork, and you see, and so forth. And nowadays, we are having these badges and professional
A ser irrelevante.
training without now being relevant, being irrelevant is losing some protagonism. And that will result in the placement you will have within this centrality of creativity that will change. Then we have to continue adapting ourselves and to think more and more of these new generations, that the accumulation, constant experiences results in a permanent race to obtain those badges, experiences more than before, where the goal was having that professional degree. And then,
Ahora tengo que pensar de
since I
manera
was a professional, I could be like ignoring the rest of the things. Now I need to think permanently on this. You see, well, it is important to be professional, but not as a rival point, just as a toolbox to continue obtaining those badges. I experienced that with my eldest daughter. She was kind of sad because she wasn't aware of what she was going to study and
con todos sus
her
compañeros.
profession. And she was feeling that sadness shared with the rest of her classmates. And I remember that was one of the conversations we held, where what's important is not to think of what you study or your specialization as a, you see, as a chain ball, making you a slave, but as a tool. And you can have more tools there. You see, it's not like a shackle that confines you to be a slave. You can have probably a longer life today because science has said that we can live longer, and then we can reinvent ourselves 2 or 3 times what our grandparents couldn't do. And what you were doing about the badges, Google, I think it is Google Academic or Google something, and they are revolutionizing everything, and universities are being kind of left
Ponerse al día.
behind, and they will have to adapt. One more question I would like to ask you. Some colleagues have said that. What happens with the
Siempre hemos visto que la
value chain, with the chain of values? We have seen that this thing about the
tenemos acá para hacer estas preguntas clave.
the thing about the value chain,
Que
maybe
hablamos
not everyone
después se
is
produce.
aware of it. It is firstly created, then produced, disseminated, distributed share to reach the consumer. That trajectory, I think it's been crumbling down. Am I right? As technology, because nowadays the consumer is capable of co-creation, of co-creating. It can be not always at the end, but at the beginning. The producer, before producing, can disseminate to later produce. So all these about the value chain when it comes to co-production, co-distribution, those prosumers instead of consumer, are they breaking this paradigm on value chain?
Con la cadena de valor del sector
With
creativo,
the value chain of the creative sector, we have always had the same thing with the concentric circles. The concept has a value and it helps us organize, but there's always been a dilution within different aspects of the chain. Various artists, not only on the creative area, but also on production, and they take the role
entonces
of being
tenemos
distributors. Then we have actors, agents, who have
paso de porte.
always
Eso es
disrespected, so to speak, the rules. That's part of the creative sector.
mucho más dinámico,
The creative sector is much more dynamic,
digamos, disruptivo,
more disruptive than
interesante.
other
Que, pues, uno
sectors, and that's quite interesting because it's not always, well, and
decisiones,
you have to land it on the value chain for the purposes of organizing something, you see, and it's not easy to divide them day by day. Now, when we talk about production on a bigger scale, generally speaking, we have a clearer distinction within different agents. It couldn't work on a small or big scale. And what's happening today with digitalization
de grandes producciones.
is that we have seen a miniaturization of big productions. Exactly what you're saying is how this big producer, instead of focusing on the change, has involved in a more direct relation with the audience. So they are constantly measuring and co-creating with the end consumer, the original product. An example is about the shoes, Zappos shoes, where instead of to tell the designers invent some shoes, is to tell the consumers, tell us the way you want the shoes, and the designer will be next to you working on your request. And that starts changing. You see, it's a concept, well, it used to exist with the concept of being offered for more than 40 years. But what's interesting about it is that nowadays technology has broadened the role of the prosumer instead of consumer.
No solamente
And that's undeniable. And not only on that area, you see,
una decisión sobre
me as an end consumer, I have to make a decision on what I want to request. And we can see that in goods such as shoes, t-shirts, where there's a component, a strong interaction component, and we'll start seeing it more and more. It's already present in audiovisual industry. During the last 20 years, we have these reality shows. You see, that's part of a mechanisms of prosumer, where the prosumer or the consumer is obtaining how the story is being deployed. And we can see this with experimental materials, like the Black Mirror, for example. With the remote controlling, how we see that. Everyone chooses their own way, their own path,
historia y cómo la quiere
how they want to live story, and how they want to experience, and it can result in content being developed to be seen in different ways and at different times. Undoubtedly, there is a clearer break or disruption. I would say that it is a mix rather than break. It's a cross-sectional, more cross-sectional in different places in the value chain, where it is the elements continue to be worked on. That's true. That's true.
Todas las fronteras en la industria creativa son
All borders in creative industry
delgadas,
are
ya
thin, extremely thin. We couldn't be talking about someone being in the music area or working for film, music as soundtracks. Not only that, and someone, an actor or an actress who
hacer un,
are on
una-
just one area can be doing something different, like working in animation, you see, by wearing the mechanisms to do so, for becoming a digital animal, for example. And finally, I'm sorry to abuse of your time, Felipe, we
otro directamente de
trago
Bogotá, desde su casa en confinamiento,
directly from
porque está saliendo
Bogota, and the
y
lockdown, because he is in the end of this COVID. Well, fortunately, we cannot contract COVID due to that, but we can contract energy with your orange energy. And just to close the conversation, let's talk about this fourth revolution, industrial revolution. Is it here? It will be here. Has the pandemic accelerated its arrival? Disruptive technologies are undeniable. Its cross-sectionality is unavoidable, and pandemic has accelerated, has speed up the transformations we have to face. Now, what the pandemic has done is to show, to unveil the participation gaps in this fourth industrial revolution.
La primera y la
There are
más
3 or
obvia.
4 gaps to outstand. The first and the most obvious is the access to connectivity.
Y en ese sentido,
And in that sense, many countries
venían avanzando en sus planes
were
de despliegues de infraestructura.
giving big steps, taking big steps in their plans of structure, connecting homes, and along with the statistics, saying, okay, we have 30, 40, 50, 60% of homes are connected. You see, and pandemic hit even
Que
in developed countries,
era muy
we
diferente
saw that the number of connectivity is different
de las personas en el
to
internet.
the number of effective connections on internet. So what we found there is that
En
society
dos carriles con
on a
velocidad.
worldwide level were in 2 different tracks with 2 different speeds. One part was hyper connected to, and they have developed
Sabe conectarse
digital
en-
literacy. They know how to work with networks. They know how to connect with the telephone, with the computer. They know how to proceed within the system. So they can work with
Inclusive si tienen
connectivity.
el-
And there is a different sector,
Ni idea
even when
cómo-
they have the device connected at home, have no idea how connection works, how digitalization
digital.
works. They are not connected to the digital. And that has taken us to a complex situation when it comes the connected versus unconnected or disconnected. And there is a second gap here of based on those who used to have or who had a connection for contemporary needs and those who continue to be focused on a training for the past. And that gap is open now completely. What we were
Eh,
talking before, those things about the badges. For example, a group of people, 100 people, or half of them, or 100 of them with a professional training, and 50% of them with a constant learning mindset, and the other ones with the mindset of having degrees, collecting degrees. And pandemic has said that those who are collecting degrees have no idea about their position,
y se están, y, se, y
where
las
they are.
oficinas
You see,
están empezando a decir
offices are starting to say, okay, that person, that
sentada.
is always responsible person being here at 7 a.m., working until 6 p.m., doing their chores in the pandemic world is useless. They cannot administrate the rest of the thing. That's a second gap
Y en la cuarta revolución
we have
industrial,
here with the fourth industrial revolution. It came with that revolution, but pandemic emphasized it. That's another gap, and it has to do with the generation gap. And that generation gap and that division between the native and the digital native and digital
las personas
migrant
eh,
has
de la-
placed a lot of people from their 40s onwards on the ropes, against the ropes, because the question is, are they viable or non-viable in terms of labor? That capacity to work with different scenarios, and
rutinas que
once you have established your
la
schedule,
tendencia
your agenda,
lo que pasó con la
the
pandemia
trend is to understand what happened with the pandemic
como un asunto temporal.
as a temporary
Es como la actitud de decir,
thing.
esperemos a que esto
That would be like the attitude, okay, let's wait this to happen so that we can be back to normal. I don't have to change anything. It's not me, you see? That's like what's happening today. Changes of the pandemic are much more permanent than what many people are willing to accept. For many, it's been like, you see, now we have the change. Finally, we have a change. And for the rest, it's a temporary problem. Many people are thinking of, okay, this 2020 has been horrible. Let's hope that the pandemic finishes soon so that we can have 2021 to be normal. And it won't be normal, let me tell you. It will be 2021, the continuation of all difficulties, all obstacles. 2021 is a consolidation year. It's not for returning to be back to normal. It would be of consolidation of the changes originated in 2020. Those are the things I wanted to stand out since the fourth industrial revolution is here and the pandemic accelerated, and the speed we have to adapt to it. Impressive. The only thing that remains is change. Okay, my dear friend, a huge hug, a giant hug from here, from all the people who are watching you. We are now entering Divino. We'll have a wine and we virtually drink it as we have done in different occasions. Thank you very much. Greetings for everyone and enjoy these days for activity and celebrate at the end of the day with good Chilean wines. It will be like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. A big hug. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
What about that? Marvelous, yes? Really nice conversation. I enjoyed it so much because I could
A very good
ask
conversation.
some
I did enjoy
difficult or
this.
complex questions, but I know that there are many other co-workers, colleagues, people from the academia, people from different consultants who are there, and we need to take the most of these people. I mean, it is a great opportunity. Now, we're going to have a panel, but before the panel, we have an episode. We're going to watch a short video of Frutillar, and then later we'll go to a panel, and that video is a Frutillar city video. Hello, I'm Jose, and I want to invite you to get to know Frutillar City. It is a small city in the southern part of Chile, nearby Patagonia, and what really gets attention is how it has so many different diversity, classical music up until popular singers and different groups of singers. So, and everyone is willing to create culture. So that is the main feature of Frutillar. Everybody have different ideas to create a society with a bigger soul, with life. For the last 3 years, we started a process that was quite fruitful for the community in order to think on how culture and the arts and the creative industries can develop local developments in different areas of the sustainable development. That, I mean, the UN has invited us to do so. I want to greet all the people who are afraid of showing their creativity. They are afraid of showing their voice to the world because they shouldn't be afraid of that. They have to be free. So now we have much more than a panel. This is a milestone where we're going to gather 5 creative cities who have been working for some months in order to build this national network of creative territories. Together with us, we'll have Mauricio Cifuentes, Carolina Pereira from the Culture Ministry, Nicolas Valle, and the moderator will be my friend, Jose.
Mucho éxito.
Y abrazos para todos.
I wish you the best. Hugs for everyone. Hello, Alex. Great pleasure to see you. So, how are you? Yes. Really happy to be here.
Hola
Hola a
Mauricio,
todos.
hola Nicolás.
Hello, everyone.
Hola a todos, ¿me escuchan bien?
Can you hear me well? Yes.
Impecable.
Absolutely. Yes. Impeccable.
Ahí estamos los cuatro, bienvenidos.
So there were. You're most welcome to this workshop or to this panel.
Estábamos esperando tenerlo hace harto.
We were
Así que
waiting to have this panel for quite a long time, so I'm really happy to be sharing with you all. I will introduce you. We have Carolina from the Secretary of Creative Economy of the Ministry of Cultures, Arts, and Heritage. Carolina, you're most welcome. Nicholas,
Bien, Nicolás es el encargado del área de
he's the
cultura
one in charge of the culture area of
en,
UNESCO
para América Latina y el
for Latin America and the Caribbean.
nuestro
And we also have our dear companion, Mauricio Cifuentes, who is the Executive Director of Valparaíso Creativo, a program from Corfu, which has been so successful in Valparaiso. So you're most welcome to this conversation panel where we're going to talk about the network of national creative territories. And before starting what we have been doing, and before telling people what this is about, because I mean, this is something we're going to see now for the future as well, I'd like to start, Carolina, by asking briefly, in 2 minutes, if you could explain what is the economy secretary. It is a new secretary in this Ministry of Culture and Arts. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm celebrating this gathering, having this activity in this place. It is marvelous. We have seen this beautiful video that shows us a city which has so much content, with so much to give to the world. So I'm really happy of being part of this. From the ministry, we're really glad to adhere to your invitation from this territory. When initiatives are born from, a territory, from the secretary, we are a public office, which is included in law. It's been 2 years and we have this Ministry of Cultures, and therefore the idea it is to promote the national creativity at a regional and a national and international level. We're part of the undersecretary of the ministry, and we're working together with all of the different departments of the arts. So we have different connections with different arts, with cultural industries. We're working with 8 sectors, with books, audiovisuals, films, music, editorial. We also work with architecture, design, craftsmanship, scene arts, and visual arts. So plenty of sectors, and all of them, all of those sectors that we have make us be creating strategies of work. We have a planning that, of course, guide us, but the network and the work, it is there. Beyond the number of sectors, we're part of a ministry that requires working in cooperation with others. So on the one hand, we support the different sectors, but we also have a mandate that has to do with promoting the creative community at a national level, and we need to make it visible abroad as well. And also, because of this pandemic, we have reinvented our tasks and obligations, and now we have a fundamental task in order to promote digitalization of the creative sector. So we have many projects, and our main focus in the territory it is especially in this. So this panel is really interesting for us because the focus has to do with creative cities. Excellent. Thank you very much. So now we're going to tell you that for quite a while, a month and a half since October, we have been working with 5 cities from Arica up until Frutillar in order to create a joint agenda, which is being called the National Network of Creative Territories. And the cities include Arica, Valparaiso, Concepcion, Valdivia, and Frutillar. All of those cities are well known because of the cultural activities there, creative activities with live circuits, articulated circuits. We have been getting together in periodical meetings, and we have achieved to create something quite concrete, which is a purpose. I will read the purpose for you, so we know it. The purpose it is to locate culture and creative economy at the very core of the local development, so to contribute to the development agenda of sustainable activities in Chile. What about that? It is ambitious. Nicolas, I will start. The idea is to develop this purpose. When we talk about contributing to the sustainable agenda of content in Chile, what does it mean? Because we have been talking about this for the last 3 days, where we've been talking about entrepreneurship, design, but we haven't really addressed the topic of sustainable development of territories. Tell us, what is that about? Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. This is a really interesting moment, important moment. First of all, for territories, then later for the country as a whole, and finally, at a global level, it is really important as well. At this table, what we say, it is Valparaíso Creativo, a territory at a subnational level. Carolina Pereira is here leading this executive and the secretary at a national level, and we're here as office from UNESCO in Santiago, also working on a national level, but also at a regional and international level for this sustainable agenda and how culture is going to get connected with this agenda. So first of all, we need to say that this development agenda has multi-levels, and this table shows that this is not just an UN agenda as a system of organization which are external to our countries. We need to say that UNESCO, it is not an external organization. It is an organization of nations made out of states, and the Chilean state is one of the member states which is part of UNESCO as an organization and as a specialized agency of the UN Center in Culture. So first of all, what we need to say is this is a new concept of development, sustainable development. And what we are setting, this is agenda setting, I will explain it really briefly because I don't want to be too technical. I want to convey a simple message for everyone who's listening to us. So what is this new concept about? Sustainable concept. This new concept of development, sustainable concept, it is not only based in the economic growth. It is true. We're also wondering about the economy and the importance of the economy, especially about after the pandemic. And this is very strike that the pandemic is giving us. So the economic recovery is fundamental. But what we're proposing here from the development agenda, it is that this development, it should include this economic growth. It cannot just center in it. We need to include a social dimension, an important pillar, which is basically in order to decide public policy of inclusion, social inclusion. And finally, we also have a third axis, which is an environmental axis. We cannot have development without considering the environmental variable. And we need to say something that this sustainable development is not something like a friendly development with the environment. It is not only that, it is a concept of cross-sectional development that sets challenges of changing a matrix of production and a mix of development, not only here in Chile, but at a global level as well. And we should wonder then, what is the main feature, characteristic of this traditional matrix? What is the traditional concept of development that, particularly in the sub-global element, we have implemented for many years? So that concept of development has been based basically in the exploitation of natural resources. Countries in Latin America were the main mono exporters. We export raw materials abroad to economies which are more industrialized, and therefore they develop, synthesize, they sophisticate those materials in new products, into new products. And at the same time, due to we are emerging economies, not developed yet. There have been some policies which have been towards privatization of some public goods for increasing the access to those goods. So the concept of sustainable development is changing this thought of matrix of thought, and this is fundamental because this change it is based in these three pillars, where there could be a fourth one, which is the one of culture. So culture, it is the element that dynamizes this new development. And in fact, we may say that the sustainable development has no as a main engine the exploitation of natural resources and the privatization of public goods. But on the contrary, on the one hand, it has an approach of rights to assure people this set of public goods, and on the other hand, instead of the exploitation of natural resources, we're having culture, creativity, knowledge, science, and innovation that are the main engine of this development. We're going to explain this simply. We export nowadays trees, copper, and fish, but we may export literature, we may export astronomy. We have the best skies in the world. We have Nobel Prizes in literature. We could continue with a long list. We could also export audiovisuals, among some other elements. So that is the main challenge of an agenda like this. And just to conclude, this agenda, it sounds so beautiful. Everything sounds so beautiful. It is not just rhetoric exercise. It is a practical exercise, empiric and oriented to results. And I invite all of the people who are interested in getting to know more about this. I mean, try to find it. This Agenda 2030, which is made out of 17 goals of sustainable development. Each of them has its own goals. Each goal has a set of indicators in order to measure and monitor the advancement of them. And in that sense, we need to say that this is not only good, beautiful words. This is a commitment of more than 195 countries in the world with an agenda which is transforming the world for the planet and the people as well. It is a roadmap which is so useful. Here in Fruitier, we're using it, and that is our control panel, and those are these goals that you have mentioned, and since they are developed and the goals and indicators are there, it is like a manual on how to create development at a local level. So therefore, yes, I support Nicolas. And the ones who are listening to us, if you have the possibility, just Google Sustainable Development 2030, you will find a bunch of information. Maybe too much, but there are really good graphs that could be so useful for the territorial development. Mauricio, you're a man of networks. You're in charge of a corporation in Valparaiso. You work with people directly, creating entrepreneurships. So this Nico just said about connecting culture with the development, sustainable development. And I love what Nico said. He said, why do we only export trees, fish, and minerals? We could also export literature. So you're in Valparaiso doing and supporting from on the side. So what are your views? What is the challenge around what Nicolas is proposing? How do you think this circuit, creative circuit, local circuit in Valparaiso, which is where you are at now, which are the gaps? How do you see what Nicolas is proposing? Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Jose. Thank you for this panel, for being part of this panel, Carolina and Nicolas. Let's see. You were talking about challenges. So nowadays, challenges are even bigger than before, than 1 year ago. Valparaiso, I don't know if you know it, but it is a city where most of its productive matrix, it is tourism and culture, and those are the ones that have been struck the strongest in Valparaiso, because the pandemic has struck us harder than some other cities in Chile, and the pandemic, which we're in phase 3, we have not gone any further. So therefore, the city has been has received a really strong strike. So that creates a different vision of future as well. It is really chained to what Nicolas said, because nowadays the city, it is being rethought. It's being rethought in which its role. What's the role of Valparaiso? What's the productive matrix, the real one? Valparaiso has always been thought as a port, but it's not a logistic port only. Valparaiso, it is a port where there are many other things as well. And within those things, it is a port of culture. So that concept, nowadays as a program, we need to, I mean, fight for it as in a crusade. We need to defend Valparaiso as a logistic point, but also for culture of knowledge, of creative life as well. The presence of universities in the region, it is huge. And as a program, we're having an effort. We need to bring actors, and they should contribute later to the network of creative cities. It is really good to listen to Carolina when she says that this is going to be stronger from the ministry. As a representative of Corfu, I want to mention that Isidora Cabezon, who is the coordinator at Corfu, who is also so involved in this. She has accompanied us in some meetings, and she also has that intention of creating instruments, tools for this to be stronger. And those instruments, tools need to come from territories as well. So that's what we're articulating in the program. It would be really good that other cities could also think about the same. If we have a wave of creative cities, what elements are we going to do in our cities? How are we going to rethink cities? How are we going to reset cities? What is really a creative city? So there we have the concept of different districts, creative districts, which as a program, it really, there was how appealing in that sense. So that is a huge wave from Hawaii, let's say, and there you realize the potential of it. The potential, especially in the creative district in cities such as in Valparaiso, which are cities which have been strong, but we have a capital, social capital, heritage capital that you can revalue, and therefore you can offer it for internal and external customers. And there's so much to do yet, but building new instruments and tools, it is so important and good. And the denomination of 2019 of Valparaiso City of Music, it created a boost. And that boost, what it's been done, it is to work hand in hand with some other actors. And that is a nice work that has been done with the cultures Remy, Content Harvey. We were talking about that, and we said with Pro Chile, we have work that is so online. If you work this, people, what am I to do? They're going to answer even better than me. They know what I'm doing. We know our agendas. So in the end, what it does, it is creating an impact which is much higher in projects, territorial projects, which are going to be so visible for next year. So in general terms, I'm optimistic, but I also want to highlight, but we have had a really bad time as a region. I am representing a public or body. I've been paid on a monthly basis, but many of the creative people who are working in this field have not had a salary on a monthly basis. So therefore, we need to be empathetic, and we need to be present in different committees, in different technical tables, especially when the municipality calls you to be part of these governances. We need to understand the problem, because some people are surviving here as well, so we need to understand that and keep it into mind. That is so true. When Mauricio says the nomination of Valparaiso in 2019 as a City of Music, it is called as a member of the network of cities in UNESCO within the cluster of music. So it is so important, significant, and we're part of that network in first year as well. So with Valparaiso, then we're building together, and now we're sharing this name title for the city. We're so lucky because we can go deeper into the impact of culture and the arts in the creative industries in our territories, and we can share it, and we can scale it, cascade to some other territories. Carolina, I want to ask you, and I want to repeat the question that I asked to Mauricio about development sustainable to be engaged with heritage and creative agendas. What about the launch about this territory, creative territories from Omada 48? How do you see it from there, from your address, from the ministry, from the core office? You're at home, of course.
Estoy simulando acá la oficina.
Claro.
Claro. No, mira, nosotros, bueno, primero con...
Well, first of all, we see it. It makes so much sense. There is a tone that I believe that we need to consider in our debates. We need to be empathetic to what's happening in our sector. The cultural sector has been struck really hard with this crisis, not only in Chile. This is at a world level. We can see how the creative industry has been struck really hard. And well, the measures which are required, on the one hand, have to do with the specific situations of the sanitary crisis, but some of the things have to do with some structural way, which are lagging from so many years, and therefore now they are visible. There's so much informality, for instance, the lack of proper work, proper jobs in some subsectors as well. So that has also shown the need, urgent need of having a collaborative work to be done. So one of the best values of this, it is cooperation over competition. And one thing that Nicholas also said, in theory, everything sounds so good. You may find all of the manuals of orange economy, creative economy, industries, but when we start to do this in practice and we want to work and we want to make or start this, something that is above has to do with that network that is being created. That fabric, it is the one that allows you to enter into the institution. It allows you to get to fast to different places where bureaucracy, it is against you, but you can get connected quickly through WhatsApp. And somehow you're going to find a small window in order to skip bureaucracy and to do things faster because the needs of the sector are quite urgent and they cannot wait for months. So that is that work style, that way of working, it is the one which is part of the creative sector. And what we have been trying to impose as a way of work in our secretary and within the ministry, which is something that occurs within the subcommittee of the creative committee. Mauricio mentioned Isidora Cabezon, who is working, she's the head of Corfo. She's a key person in this topic. Same situation with Felipe Mujiba, director of Chile Creativo, another strategic program which we're working with. Same situation with Raul Vilches, director of creative industries of Pro Chile. Same situation with Marca Chile, different organizations. So what we see, besides people, persons, how these institutions which are cooperating with the creative economy, they are working all together. Without having that, it's so hard to boost culture. Culture cannot go on its own. Corfo or Pro Chile cannot work on their own. And in that sense, I believe that we have an opportunity with services. When we talk about diversification, when we talk about going from opening, thinking about the box, and we're saying that we're part of this global service, we can export services only, not only works, not only materials. We are interested in that, of course, but we need a whole world where to participate when we talk about services, strategic design, audiovisual services, and we expand ourselves because tourism cannot be outside. It is a key actor. It goes hand in hand. If we have tourism, then we have gastronomy. If I have a festival, then I have to find lodging, accommodation, transportation, restaurants, and therefore we're widening our network and our speech as well. So there, we realize that there are other actors, and for this to work, and we see it in some other places. This is not something that's happening just here. That is what we have seen in the ones who have done it well in Buenos Aires, in Barcelona, same situation in Germany. So it has to do with when the Treasury also participates because they are the one funding. That is a key element. And we have institutionality here in Chile where that occurs, that happens. Each territory has COMEX tables. They are from foreign trade. Culture is not participating in all of them. So what we're boosting now, this culture, creativity should join. So Pro Chile should be part. I mean, the ones working at those tables should be part also with the creative in industries variables, and culture should be present there because we're not only talking about market, we're talking about symbolic goods as well. And Corfo should be present because they're boosting national elements. So therefore, this fabric, this network, which is the most important element, it is a key actor. Therefore, when you tell me how you sell, how do you see from Ahumada from your office, how do you see it? We are trying to motivate, we're happy, and we'd like to include more regions because these are the processes that we're looking for from top down up in order to create an endogenous development. Thank you very much. I get really excited and I could speak for hours about this topic. We still have 10 minutes, so we're here happy listening to you. Now, Nicholas, Caro talked about cooperation, and that is something that we have talked about a lot. And that is the last goal of 2019, Alliances for Development, right? So it seems that we are at a moment where we need to break some walls. We need to open some windows from the public world, from the private world, from different places, which are restricted elements. Artists are my beneficiaries, let's say that way. And they are belonging to they belong to me, but it seems that some others are also saying it that way. So therefore, they force us to open cooperation spaces. I want to greet Felipe and all of the persons we have named, and we work with them. So Nico, how do you see this cooperation element from UNESCO, which is an institution of international cooperation, regional, that also it is for distinct structure. So how do you see it here in Chile? The double click here in Chile on how cooperation is working at an institutional and territorial level.
Lo primero que habría
That's
que
right.
decir
Let me give you 3 ideas. The first thing I have to say that we need to grab that glove, grab the subjects on the table.
generado esa crisis sanitaria y
The
económica.
crisis generated sanitary and economic crisis has affected the culture sector. And the question is, why do we need partnerships? Why do we need to work in a coordinated manner for sustainable development? And the first thing we have to say, I just want to put some figures on the table so that you can have an idea. Let's say 96% of tourist destinations of the world are restricted completely or partially. At the beginning of the pandemic, 95% of
Fueron despedidos.
Cirque du Soleil workers were fired. According to Econ, 30% of museums won't open. And according to some recent studies by the Observatory of Cultural Policy,
1% de los trabajadores
policies,
vieron de la cultura, vieron impactados
91% of workers coming from culture has seen their salaries impacted,
el impacto es
negatively
catastrófico.
impacted, and we will continue. The impact is a catastrophe.
Cuña
It
tuya,
is not
yo vi una cuña tuya que
I who I say this. I saw what you say in a column, and you said the impact is catastrophic. It's an earthquake. And then we think about the movie theaters. It's not only producers, it is actors, film directors. It is all the visual industry. What happens with all the
digamos, todos los sectores
productive time that is changed in this alliance from gastronomy, hospitality, accommodation? There's a set of productive chains that are related to culture and they're not usually considered as culture workers, but they participate in that sector and they have been impacted for the productive development of the sectors. The first thing we have to say when we start doing some research on the social economical impacts by COVID on the culture sector, you immediately realize that this is an intersectorial challenge, an interdependent challenge. 2030 agenda shows that clearly, precisely because culture doesn't have a particular SDG, but culture is cross-sectional to old SDG. If you pass just one button with culture and immediately achieving one goal and then another goal from another area. And we need to understand that because it's not only the agenda that's configured that way, but also contemporaneous phenomena are configured like that. And then I continue to focus on your question. It's not silos. It's not isolated plots and remote places. And we know that in social sciences and sociology has proven that alone societies develop themselves, social systems become relatively autonomous one from another. You start to notice that with institutionality. There are some ministries oriented to each of the social. They weren't Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Sciences. We have to remember that. In the process of development of institutionality in Chile has implied a
Esta institucionalidad
relative autonomy, a configuration of certain
son como el que estamos tratando
institutionality. And I think that efforts like the ones we're trying to present today fulfill that, to meet those standards. It needs, firstly, by implementing a big
que menciona Carolina,
deal.
es decir, los
Point
territorios
number 2 mentioned by Carolina, territories, people walking on foot,
chilenos para implementar
UNESCO
una
as supporting the Chilean state to implement a law and to consolidate and strengthen a cultural institutionality
Manifiesto la
that's
siguiente
emerging. And on the other hand, it unveils what you have said before. The Ministry of Culture cannot do it on its own. We need other actors' participation. And Corfo would be one of them, economy, finance. We could continue with education, and then we will realize if we continue at culture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, culture is a cross-sectional element and it requires partnerships, particularly culture and particularly first, because there is an
digámoslo,
emerging institutionality, but secondly, we have to say that the conditions of the artists and culture workers in Chile is so precarious. Here, artists do not work 12 months 12 months a year. They do not have a permanent salary. On the contrary,
ciencias artísticas,
they are subject to contest artistic funds, secondary activities in order to obtain
no solamente
their salaries, their money, and when in crisis, that gets seen. But those who do not work in the sector feed from culture when to find consolidation, well-being, to move away from the stress, meaning to be in the middle of lockdown, in the middle of a crisis. Then alliances,
no contar con alianzas,
fundamental. We
es una oportunidad para
without alliances in crisis represent an opportunity to open those doors and work jointly. Precisely what we are seeing today with the national networks of creative territories is not just an intersectoral territory between economies and culture. It's not an oxymoron. Creative economy is not an oxymoron. It's what tries to find affinity between activity and economy. And I will be closing here. The network looks as if it were a response, a reply for recovery, for socioeconomic recovery of the sector. And we need to think of that from that position. How this network can contribute a strategy for recovery of the economy, but not just a recovery as the one we are conducting till now. It has to be a creative recovery. It has to be a sustainable recovery.
Tiene que ser
we said that in the check. Recovery must be green and orange. And we are not seeing that nowadays. In El Cairo, we were celebrating because we saw the pyramids, World Heritage. In Chile, we appreciated how to see the range of mountains without pollution. We used to appreciate how movies were returning to Venice, another World Heritage site. And we see that today we have a super habit of a vehicle purchase. Is not the idea to discourage the consumption of vehicles, but from the place we are situated now, we are trying to propose an alternative, but it's not saying no to economic growth, but with more culture, with more environment, and with more social inclusion. That would be the paramount point.
Gracias por tu comentario.
Thank you very much, Nico. It contextualizes the effort we are all making, we are all involved with, which is using this opportunity, which is an earthquake, a terrible situation, that from that position to propose this rebirth from the ashes, this time stronger, and towards the center of the local development. And I would like to take another side on this conversation, taking you to local development. Mauricio, please, we have 10 more minutes. Local development is not that easy, right?
Del desarrollo de las ciudades.
We're in the trench of city developments, and one of the things, based on what we are talking about collaboration, one of the most difficult things is that, well, we have a lot of experience working on articulation, and articulation, sometimes local government or municipality, with neighbors, with the community, with the industry, and this industry that's like local, regional, national, global opportunities arising day by day, and it seems that not necessarily are on the table. How do you see this from your network, inside when it comes to the challenges it represents? You're muted. Thanks for the question, Jose. I've been working in entrepreneurship for 14 years, and I've been working with subsistence education projects, innovation, hub, startup. And what question I have learned is that we need to let know that there is an ecosystem. That's your job. Your job is to tell entrepreneurs, organs, to know that they are working within an ecosystem. They are not working on their own. They just not have just one audience or just one funder, one source of finance. They are working within a network. And trying to answer your question, when you work with a local economy, you have to try to encourage those for understanding the system. And when you get that, the smaller entrepreneur know they do not have just one source of finance, and they understand if they gather with someone else, they can apply for a different source of finance. They know if they get training, they will have more tools to arrive or to reach the digital world. Big topic today. What's important here is that people in general understand that they are within an ecosystem. I am working on creative economy. I have to understand the role by Nicolas, Carolina, the regional director, the culture commission of the regional council. Sometimes they are not aware of the decisions that are made. And when the ecosystem is understood, immediately you have several opportunities. You start to understand there is an agenda, and at the same time you visualize that agenda and how prepared you are for that agenda. And then you realize that's a lot of work. That you are swamped with work. That happens generally. And when you get that alignment, you say, okay, I have a lot of work. You see, because some of them are just waiting for them to reach or to get the funding they are waiting. I think that the main thing here, the most basic things for us to be who are in these territorial positions is to opt that window. Because you went through that, you see, you know about that. Know the people, probably you have some arguments with them, and you understand when you combine that, things work faster. And when you generate trust in that network process, things go faster. And what's important is that you become to be seducer for other actors that are more difficult to attract. And somehow, I would really love to close the year with that, you see, creating stories that were not in the region, that people didn't know, and that would be a contribution. And taking what Nicolas is saying, these weeks, I have to defend one of the projects, and for next year, we want that great part of the KPI are associated to the SDG. That's a debt we have in Valparaiso, and to talk about social innovation. Valparaiso, at some point in 2017, was the Chile's region with more public funds for social innovation, and that was lost, and we need to retake that. Because today, new generation, I have been professor in higher education, new generations are clear about that. It is us who are arguing, but new generations are clear about that, are clear about it. And the proposals being generated are a triple impact proposal. I think that we as programs are also as city networks, we need to start seeking finance lines based on that, because today traditional bank won't support an impact, but probably the ethical bank will do. And I believe that we need to be strategic enough locally and on a macro level and start rediscovering your finance lines, because they are transforming, and some of them are being focused on the lines we are working with. It's a mindset change. We are not ROI, return on investment. We had a different impact. And on the alignment Nicolas had mentioned, we need to start reconfiguring those we are asking loans to. Let me give you something about that later. We have another panel talking about impact, addressing those issues. For this purpose, and a big hug for our friends from Arica, Concepcion, the rest of those who participated from Valparaíso, Isla Red and Valdivia, a great hug for them. For the listeners now, we have proposed 4 goals. More specific goal, one has to do with the favoring implementation, cooperation, sharing. One more has to do with inciting for the advancement or progress of public policies. Something important, then recognize, visualize, and discuss the contribution of art to development, to sustainable development, and then offer spaces for capacity gaps. And I have a double question here. Carolina, maybe you can enlighten us. How do you see the existing or the not existing spaces to incide in the progress of public policies around sustaining territorial creative territories? And the other one is around training of the strength, local territorial strength around culture, arts, and creative industries. How can we focus on those 2 things to start closing? Well, on one hand, it's a clear difference between territories, and we talk about territorial gaps. It has to do with every place situation. If we think today just in one in our country, which is long and narrow, but if we see that from Coquimbo to the north, the very north of Chile, the lack of universities is huge. The lack of cultural spaces is also huge. Then we start to see, when we talk about gaps, we need to talk about territorial differences rather than a generality, because there's a lot to say there. Today, when you talk about Los Lagos regions and Los Rios region, we are talking about a divided zone that used to be a region, but when they are together, they are stronger. We are talking about Chilotes identity, Patagonian identity, so it start to be maximized. Things happen the same way in the north. If we think about Arica, the first region in Chile, we're talking about just one precise place, and what happened with the rest, we are neighboring places, but if we say macro zone or Andean macro zone, then another one small maximization, and then we have a different possibility with Bolivia, Peru. So it depends on the perspective, and it will depend on the cooperation networks, considering from where we are looking at territory. I believe that that's essential, and also the local interest. We deal a lot with that. Several projects. Well, I've been working for several years in public institutionality with different charges and positions, and when they are imposed, but from the superior levels, and you understanding as a landing, it is unsuccessful because it ends up in an execution of a project. But when we talk about needs coming from bottom up, from the territory, clearly the possibility of success is endless, is bigger, because it refers to needs that the territory has and their own protagonists experience, not from central offices. Well, we try to be in all the territory, but that's impossible. So here, the strategy is to ally, to partner with those in the territory. Otherwise, our real possibilities for actions will shrink. So in territorial, I think there's a lot to do. We had a lot of difference. We got a lot of flaws in education, for example, no minor one.
hay
In
regiones
some
que
regions, there are some regions that they have probably just one movie theater or theater, and when they
de gente que se
have
está quedando
digitalization, there might be an access, but a lot of people are outside this. Then that's another big challenge there. And on the other hand, you were asking me about training.
no sé, José, si... Bueno,
I
tú
don't
me
know
preguntaste
if we
en
have time.
región.
Yes, you were asking me about training in regions, and what we have there, what we see there, is that if we see from the ministry, one of our lines, it has to do with training,
Territorial tampoco tiene mucho sentido.
whether this is not pertinent to the territory reality, and it would be unsuccessful, and it would be just one more project. So that type of work, we have to see it with territories.
¿Escuchan ahí?
Ahora sí.
Sí.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Un segundito.
For a while, we were disconnected, but we heard you perfectly.
Se perdió en un minuto.
It was just Jose who was disconnected.
Bueno, para cerrar, entonces,
To close,
queremos agradecerles, Carolina, Nico,
we thank Carolina, Nico, Mauricio for participating in this panel. So here we are fighting a myth, you see, to start working together with our friends of the territory, Creative Territory Network, the national network of creative territories. And we do hope that from the ministry and from other areas, and as we're saying, other institutions need to be aware of it, education, science, environment, so that we can start making people interest or making organ interest to situate culture in the center of local development. This network is not closed. There are territories which actively work with arts and culture, and we want to tell our friends that we are doing work on how we can add more territories to this ad and become more and more. I do hope we have enjoyed this panel. I don't know if you want to say goodbye. 5 seconds each to say goodbye. Thank you very much. We talk from the public side, but private actors are key. Companies, big companies, medium companies, and
Eso, todos los creadores, nosotros no,
all creators. We wouldn't exist, we wouldn't have a job if it were not thinking of the core, of the heart, who are artists, technicians, culture managers,
a los
a special
espacios
greeting to
culturales.
them. And of course, Chilean cultural spaces, they are fighting a big battle. They have done a fundamental job for national culture, then a special greeting for cultural institution. Thank you very much, Nico. Yes, briefly, just to thank for today's conversation. I think it's pretty nutritious to have them, very fruitful to have them with the rest of the panel. That would be more questions, comments, and probably new partnerships and conversations. I think that just to finish, to continue with Carolina has said, which is sending my regards to all artists, managers, culture workers in the different cultural spaces, libraries, galleries. It's a hard work.
Yo creo que eso es fundamental. Espero que
I think that we need to defend what they are doing as a work. I do hope that this becomes the kickoff of a conversation, and by no means the close of conversation. So thank you very much for the conversation. I do hope to see you again. Thank you very much, Nico. We will continue working jointly. Mauricio, 5 seconds. Okay, very briefly. Jose, I'm very thankful for everything. My regards to the ECT team. Production has been incredible. I was watching this on Wednesday and very nice. A big hug for everyone because I can see that the effort, I think that you're a little bit tired and later you will have the possibility to rest or maybe celebrate all this process you've been doing. And just that, I mean,
Y por último,
thanking
mencionar
would be my last words, and saying that Valparaíso always gets up after the storm. You see, it's an encouragement message. This storm will pass and we need to get up again. Thank you very much. A big hug for everyone, and see you soon in our next working session of the Creative Territory Networks. Stay
Ciao, ciao.
safe. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really loved this panel. I really loved everything that happened. Thank you very much. Carolina, Nicolas. We defend everything that has been said here today. Everything has been good with the conversations. Wonderful. Okay, the mic was off. This is why we couldn't have any message. You see, and now it's on once more. I was thanking Carolina, Nicolas, because of this defense, because of these being advocates. They have been at the workshops, in the panels, at the table, so wonderful. And this makes me happy because, generally speaking, when we are talking about an ecosystem, a creative territory, we are talking about an ecosystem. And that ecosystem is built up or is made up of several areas. On one hand, entrepreneurs, and we have had entrepreneurs here, and we have had them in panels, in showcases, and we have had them in the mini talks. They have been present, interacting with us at all times. We have had the public world, which is the Ministry of Culture, Corfo, Cernatur, Pro Chile, and several others. And we have had the private world, such as the Teatro del Lago, foundations such as Pladis, and why not mentioning Planeas as an agency working for 10 years in these pillars. We have said that we have approached the complexity of the world in its very nature. Organization, organs collaborating, issues, see, a mix, everything. You have everything. And that forms a territory. That creates a territory. And also the middle agents, such as creative territories, such as Creative Valparaíso, Arica, my regards to Arica, Ñuble, regards to Ñuble, Alejandra, regards, my regards to Los Ríos region, Frutillar itself, Chile Creativo, Felipe Mujica, who couldn't make it because they have a meeting, otherwise he would have been here, and everyone, because among all, we form an ecosystem where we can pay attention to our small greens within this big greenhouse. And we would like one day everyone could export and we could reach Colombia, Argentina, Mexico. And why Mexico? Because a friend of mine will be there receiving you, welcome you, Carlos Lara. Not only is a consultant and analyst on culture and communication, but he has also worked as a consultant or advisor for the government for constitutional reform they have had in Mexico. And why did we want to invite Carlos, who, by the way, I have a deep, well, I really love what he does. I have read his books. We have shared a lot of knowledge with him, because we are now finishing a referendum where 80% of Chileans decided we wanted a new constitution. And that's by all means good news. It has to be good news. But not only that, but wondering what happens with culture? What about culture and creativity? And what about creative economies, our entrepreneurs, our creative and cultural entrepreneurs? So how can they be part of it? You see, some time ago in some conversations with Carlos, while having a cup of wine, we need to learn from Germany, because within those four axes of with those pillars, they have culture. So Carlos, I'm presenting you. You are in Mexico, Carlos Lara. How
Abre tu micrófono, Carlos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy for participating in these territories, creative territories. I've been listening to some of the speakers and have taken notes of some of the things that could be beneficial for this territory and territories.
Bueno, amigo, cuéntenos,
Well, tell us,
entréguenos todo lo que sabe mucho. A ver,
share your knowledge with
comprímalo
us.
para estos minutos que tenemos, pero
We have some minutes to share with you, so the floor is all yours. That's it. I will say three things, brief things, and small conclusion as well. First of all, how I see the general framework where this event is occurring. This is a framework where, for the very first time in history, the World Organization of Health, World Health Organization, realizes and recommends the states to consider the value that arts have in the public health sector. This is an important issue or topic because not only it is this organization that is doing it. A couple of days ago, the G20 has acknowledged for the very first time the value of culture. So it is something quite important. These two bodies, international bodies, for the very first time in history, are acknowledging the value of art and the value of culture. So it happens what Nietzsche thought as a turning point. Culture and art have given a turning point. It is not the beginning when things reveal their essence, but through a turning point. So the pandemic that we're going through at a world level has led governments to have a turn and to see that element that had been there, that essence that had always been there, that it had been in these, has been present in artistic and cultural activities. Governments have forgotten, and this is what we usually hear oftentimes, they forget about culture and arts. These two elements have been fields that have contributed to the development to some other sectors. In the independence of countries, reforms, revolutions, art and cultures have always been there. Being, of course, a softener or helping, aiding to some political crisis, economic crisis. So when there are some external threats, you invite it, but when visitors come, then you send it back, just like a dog. So that has been what culture has been like, and the relationship with governments. So one of the first observations that I do is that I believe that we're all in agreement of the good things that art and culture represents. We're not here to get convinced about that. But we have been missing to set a dialogue with the state, not with the government. And here I have the first invitation. We shouldn't stop talking with the government. We should start talking with the state. Let us say institutions of the state. We should set some background. So the three powers of the state should be all together. In the case of Chile, you are in an interesting process. After the referendum, you will design a constitution. You need to understand that a constitution, and this is the second point, a constitution is a fundamental document where you set borderlines, scopes of the development, but also it is a document where you set a dialogue, what the dialogue is going to be like between powers. And here I see that due to the moment we're living, And when these processes occur in a certain country, it is sometimes confused, the rule of law with the mood. So here I want to use a word that I've been using, and I like it a lot, and I like it how Doris Almer used it. The word agent. These processes need agents, not managers, cultural managers. I'm sorry to say it like that, but they need agents. Considering that an agent, it is the one who acts on behalf of someone else. It is an entity acting on behalf of others, and that gives equality as a constituent. Let's say it that way. That is a group made of experts who meet just to create a constitution. So in the field we're working out, it is important to talk about agents, because these are processes, and we want to talk to the state, not to the government, administration. So we need agents who understand these processes, because otherwise, in Mexico City, for instance, there was a process where we confused the Constitution with a catalog of reivindications. They invited artists, famous people. They didn't know anything about the topic. And they end up having a catalog of reivindications talking about rights that do not exist and updating those inequalities, but that didn't have to do with the legal aspects. So they didn't understand the main goal. There were some advancements, but anyways, it didn't work out. So in the morning, this event that you're having, I like it because it works with the economic, legal, and technological current and social of culture and arts and culture. And in this legal current, from what I've heard, and I'm taking notes about it, we shouldn't confuse the rule of law and the mood. The moods are quite hot in the case of Chile, but we shouldn't forget that those are processes where you need to serve not the anthropological sociological current, which contribute a lot, of course, but we're talking about the legal part of culture. Culture as a right to goods and cultural services that need to be granted by the state, through its institutions. The problem of talking to the administration, the government, it is that they're always telling us, but we don't have budget enough. Institutions are disappearing. We don't really care about culture and art because we have only talked about to the government, the administration, with these administration that lasts 4 or 6 years, but we have not had a strategic dialogue with the state. In Article 27, what we do is to set this legal background with the institutions of the state. We are judicializing processes. Not only we're talking with the executive power or with the legislative power, we have been creating a dialogue with the legal power, with the National Commission of Human Rights, with the Supreme Court of Justice. So that's what I'm talking about when we talk about creative economy, or we talk about the development of the arts. Now, the G20 is also including in its agenda this element, and the WHO is also including it. So we go, and this is a great opportunity because we're exceeding the speech horizons. I mean, this fourth pillar, 2030, all of those speech that we find in many bodies, organisms, which are horizons. And I will say it like this, just like our writer said it, Galeano. I mean, but what are they for? This is on the horizon, but it is not concrete. So now with this news where G20 embraces culture, where the WHO also embraces and recommends the state party to use consequently, it is a great opportunity. Number 3, now I'd like to emphasize that we're talking about states, not administrations. I like to talk about states, we need to understand that this relationship that we have between cultural agents has to be done with the state, not administrations or governments. We're talking about the state has a faculty, rector faculty. Many years ago, maybe you remember a book that it was a paradigm in Latin America in mediations by Martin Verdero that said how the state, it seemed that the state was in charge of managing the past and the market was in charge of the future. So that's what happens nowadays. There are governments, administrations that do not understand, and therefore they don't do anything to create an ecosystem where 5G, which is a reality, may contribute not to the growth but to the development. And they're more concerned in Mexico of Moctezuma's treasuries or treasures or who sold this or that. And that's reported in many administrations. And I talked to this with a colleague from Spain. The socialist government, I mean, was really good for the historic memory. They spent 4 years about this historic memory when many things were occurring in the country, in the market. And the state has that faculty, rector faculty of the economy, in the development of technologies. In that administration of the radioelectric space, for instance, and that we have seen that some states are not capable of doing those things. They sometimes are afraid of the owners of the networks. So that's why we need strong states with powers well divided, far away from populism, far away from these states or these governments which are manufacturing poor people because they just see some people who are going to vote for them. So we need a strong state and creativity, entrepreneurship, and diversification. It is done through the legal framework where there's a table for a huge dialogue. Something else. Alejandro has got a book. He wrote a book interesting about this. There is a thread that I see, and I wrote about it last year, about this emotional salary of culture that's featured, characterize the ones who are in the sector. We usually leave or charge an emotional salary. That has placed us in poor conditions, and it is not feasible anymore. After the pandemic, we're even worse. And we still live upon this emotional salary. There is a threat, but the technological development and some other factors are setting this scenario, which is some co-workers in America have mentioned, and they have called it cognition representation. I mean, agents, cultural agents, are going to take us from poor conditions into this cognitive sphere. People with big degrees, PhDs, master's degrees, a group of people with all those settled, but they have not been able to find an economic development. So, for the very first time in history, we're facing what years ago was our main strength, that was knowledge. Therefore, we could find a job at a university, teaching, organizing consulting companies, because we were updated with that, first of all. Second of all, we were developing knowledge, writing books, papers. But now, in this scheme of the cognitive scenario, we're facing for the first time, we're facing getting obsolete in terms of knowledge. Not only happens with this different apparatuses, and we were maybe threatened by capitalism, but now we're facing being obsolete in terms of knowledge. So that means studying even more and more to get updated even more. We need to diversify ourselves even more. But unfortunately, that preparation, that training, that diversification will have to have an economic support. That is a black scenario and panorama, right? But the technological development, it is never ending, and it is creating what I have just described. So that leads us to not to leave everything aside. On the contrary, we need, I mean, everything has been said, it is required and needed. But I would add one more thing, and I would insist on one more thing, the need of creating a dialogue with the state. And we should stop talking with the government or administrations. So all of the experiences that I've heard of have occurred because we have been stubborn and we have only talked with administrations and governments. So therefore, they're just putting us off. And we need to escalate each of these proposals and this need in our quality of agents and not in quality of, in Mexico at least, I mean, this cultural management and cultural managers, I mean, they propose a lot, but they are not specific to any topics. Everything related to culture, I mean, we love it. They get enrolled and they participate, but there's nothing concrete there. And their inputs that they have do not translate into something which is more strategic. So this requires, Alejandro, you know this requires preparation, and also it requires to get diversified. And you need to be strategic, especially my participation in Article 28 and also in Sociedad Andante satisfies me, because in one I see the legal current where you make things happen, and in the other field I work, Sociedad Andante, which is a group of colleagues from different areas, fields. Well, there we see the technological current and the economic one. So I'm really passionate about it, because things always occur there. This is in constant change, the technological development. Octavio Paz said, for each explosion of communication, there is an implosion of knowledge. So that I'm really passionate about that. Everything that happens in the appearance of a new application, new systems, everything occurring in the technological field has an impact in the codes, behaviors of consumption, and we need to analyze those processes in order to take them to a table where we can have a dialogue with the state institutions. So that is really fascinating. Nonetheless, we need agents understanding this process, not only rookies, amateurs, because if we're talking about the value of arts and culture, it is not a conversation just amongst us. We need to convince the administrators, the government, but the state, not the administration. We need to reach this with the private sector. So each state has designed its own model of development, economic development. It happens that we have not been able to see it properly. But it's not the same seeing as an administration, and we can say, okay, this program or the other are based in the principles of the Constitution, which are the commitments that the state has for the citizens in the Mexican case, Article 25, 6, and 7, that have developed with Jose Manuel Hermosillo, and a home model, incluso even a model that helps us that the orange economy, it is not possible as it is occurring in Colombia or somewhere else, because Mexico has its own model that Jose Manuel Hermosillo has understood in this economic development proposal. So the state has these rector principles. The state, it is the rector of economy and of the technological development because it's the one managing that space that belongs to us. But I insist, they are not doing it well because they are scared against the market. And this is not going to be solved by a government administration, it's solved by the state. And the process Chile is living, and the whole region, this concept where we have gone beyond the horizons, I mean, these fourth pillars and the 2030, and all of this speech, and where we're adopting international adoptions such as the WHO or G20, we're adopting now culture and arts in all of the genders. It is a good opportunity to do the proper thing as cultural agents of a process that requires understanding, it requires commitment, but above all, it requires understanding that it is not going to make us economically better, unfortunately. So I hope I am wrong, but I have analyzed this concept of cognitivism, and it is a strong threat that I hope it doesn't turn into something real. And therefore, it is important to get prepared, to get trained, to get specialized, and above all, diversification. We need to be able to diversify ourselves and to anchor ourselves with other agents and sectors from other processes. Thank you very much, Carlo. Quite interesting. It really gets my attention, two things. This invitation, this call, energy call that you're doing to have a dialogue, but beyond the administration, but with the state. I was wondering, how do you do that? Because usually, many of the ones here, we have had dialogues with administrations. But yes, you're right. A new constitution may allow you to have a space for having a dialogue with the state. And maybe I would dare to say that the dialogue, it should be, we should have this dialogue as part of the state. So how do you create that dialogue? How do you build those bridges? How do you, and maybe thinking about what you're saying in former conversations, maybe, I don't know, months ago, on how Germany had culture as a fourth pillar, may that be the way of building this dialogue and these bridges? Well, first of all, when we know and when we place and when we interpret and when we know how to develop things, I mean, first of all, it is a constitutional principle. Not all of the Constitution have this commitment said, because that is a fundamental document. When we talk about fundamental rights from the legal dogmatics, we say that we're talking about fundamental rights because they are coming from the fundamental documents, human rights, the Constitution of our country, and so on. So first of all, we need to study it. Second of all, we need to interpret it and develop it, facing these three, with these three powers of the state, and also with the three bodies of the government. And you well mentioned it. We're used to having a conversation with an administration, just an administration. We're moving according to emergencies and not in a structural way. So there, when they invite you to a meeting where there's only just part of the legal power, then you know it is just to drink coffee and eat cookies. But when you ask for the presence, when we ask, I mean, there should be a representative of the executive power that is in charge of this topic, so we can advance with better approximations, such as in the reform, the culture, law, and many other things. But we need to include all of the stakeholders, and sometimes we need to include the private sector. And there's a topic, when I talk about cultural agents, the cases I know of, and I say it like this, they would be the ones who are not afraid to the market. Because they may say the market, capitalism, I don't know, but the market is required, it is needed, and we need to understand those processes. So this cultural agent, in terms of personification, I would add that social profile. And I would add a cultural agent willing to work in politics, not being afraid of the market. Those are two fundamental characteristics. And when I talk about do politics, I'm not being part of a party. We need to understand the agendas, legislative and political agendas, and also to make them be meet or met. And they should also report when something's not being done or when a commitment it is not being honored. And well, we need to know that the market is an ally, but it is a partner. But this capacity of agents should also be useful in order to where to balance the participation of the market in the decisions of the state. The state, it is a rector, so it requires this vision. So those are the main two characteristics that I highlight from cultural agents: their capability of not being afraid of the market. I mean, unions, that is a way of building those bridges between politics and also not being afraid of the market. I remember the animation union, audiovisual union, and many others, and they are coming from the artistic and from plays, and they have created a mutation, they have created an evolution towards being more centered in the public. And that exercise is not only commercial, but also political, from what I have understood, from what you have said. Yes, these two unions, as you have mentioned, they have a legal base which is more solid than others because of the interests that they are involved in the market development and of the moral and copyright. So there's a whole story. Intellectual property. When we talk about art and culture, artists have this very agreement on what each country can do for their own activity. And the way in which they get associated in societies, organizations, which are collective, that manage these rights, and they should know to make them being respected, but that some unions which are alone. And in the pandemic, we have seen that. Our constitutional principle that has secondary legislation, work law, says that before a same job, there should be a same salary, but that's not real, that is not true. So what we have insisted on, it is to have a dialogue with the state. This is one example I want to share with you. They said that it was not possible. And those were meetings or dialogues with administration, different administrations. So I make them speak together with Minister Hermosillo through Article 27. What they did, female workers, maids, they got together, they went to the Senate, being supported by some academics. So they proposed a reform. Now, those people working at homes have some social insurance. Colleagues, artists, are still having a dialogue with the administration asking for social insurance for artists. So we need to, Latin America is going through the same process, right? Yes, but this is something that we need to understand. It requires participation, because in this reform, it participated the executive and the legislative power. And otherwise, you can go to the legal power. When we talk about the right to culture, we're talking about an access to right to service and goods, but also the exercise of cultural rights. And if that doesn't occur, we can also appeal to the legal power and to set the background to have a legal mandate for them to be real. So that is the part which has not been developed yet. And here in Mexico, for instance, it is forbidden artists, craftsmen cannot be entrepreneurs. So through a reform in this administration, where they forbid their designs to be trademarks, even though they belong to that community, and that's something they would do. But now this law is forbidding them to do that. Not only, having ownership of these elements, because they prefer to have them begging for the state charity. And it is more important for them, and they announce a reform in the second article where they acknowledge their languages, Spanish and some other languages, and they have been translating documents, historical documents, which do not help them in anything in their immediate needs. So therefore, that is important to keep in mind.
Mucho que sincronizar. Bueno, vamos despidiéndonos.
A lot to say, a lot to synchronize. We are started to say goodbye. A big hug for you, for the loving and dear land of Mexico. Through you, greeting Morelia, Guadalajara, Mexico City, and so many places we are reaching where we have a lot of friends. And just to say goodbye, one question with a quick answer. Since you are a very good conceptualizer, cultural precariat, this emotional salary. The question is, with a quick answer, less emotional salary or more economic salary? I believe more emotional salary because that's the engine, but along with an economic salary, without emotional salary, we wouldn't have this availability, this willingness around culture. But of course, it is required, but accompanied and along with economic salary, this is something we have to fight for as agents. So both together, emotional salary of culture is a good book we recommend by Carlos Lara. A big hug for you, Carlos. We are also celebrating with a wine, with a virtual wine with you. A lot of pending wines. I don't know if you can see here those birds called tawas behind us. Beautiful birds we have here in the south of Chile. Regards, a hug. Thank you very much for sharing with us. It's been a pleasure. My regards to the rest of the colleagues. Okay, it was pretty good. A lot of provocations here, right? Yes, plenty of them. But emotional salary, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Okay, building states or having dialogue with the state rather than the government. Those are powerful things. I know that a lot of people were waiting for this lecture, for this presentation, because they wanted to see how to connect, how to think of this new constitution. So we are very thanked for having this issue on the agenda. Okay, these platforms is for our entrepreneurs too. Los Lagos entrepreneurs, creative entrepreneurs, to show them, to give them visualization, not only in Chile, within the region neighbors, but with the rest of the globe. Exactly. And one of our dear female friends, she's been living for 18 years in Chile, Carola Gutman, folk singer. She used to be a singer. Well, when I met her, she was already a singer. She's been also an actress. And I was amazed when I realized that she has participated in this and she was within those selected to show her art. A big hug for you, Carola, and all the people from Chile. And let's see your showcase now. Hello, my name is Caro Gutman. I'm a singer from the south of Chile, southern composer from this very beautiful land from Chile. My music world has to do with women affairs, intimate world of women.
que va más allá del mal, que el perro tan fuerte ladra debido al agua que abra la mente angostura estrecha. Hay más que izquierda y derecha, cadena de esta estructura que se ha quedado tan dura que al agua robó su flecha. La lluvia viene marchando, las gotas que la murmullan, la boca no se apabulla, la calle ya está tronando, el agua viene cantando, justiciera y sin respeto, no es mi dueño tu desecho, materia de tu descaro. Dejen libres sus derechos. Florezca y así corra el agua fresca, fuente de la creación.
El vínculo principal que tenemos con el territorio donde habitamos es nuestra relación con la naturaleza y con los elementos.
We have with the territory where we live is the relation with nature and the elements. That's where inspiration comes from. From that place is from where we are in life. Nature is the main key of our songs.
Soy como el dedal de oro, crezco encima de la tierra, mi canto es amarillo, flota liviano en la sierra. Yo soy flor caída, me levanto pajarera y en la sombra del monte me arremolino en la niebla. Me arremolino en la niebla. A orillas del sendero soy silenciosa testigo de los pasos del hombre que va buscando un camino. Cuando al mirar las nubes se acuerdan de andar más lento, pueden sentir conmigo que a las dos nos mueve el viento. Que a las dos nos mueve el viento. Aunque flor solitaria crece entre mis dos hermanas una ladera noche, otra en la blanca mañana. Las dos me dan consejos de cómo pasar mi suerte, cómo vivir la vida, cómo recibir la muerte. Cómo recibir la muerte.
Qué bonito lo que acabamos de ver de Caro Goodman.
How nice, how beautiful what we just saw from Carol Goodman. Congratulations for your work. Besides, the video is beautiful. Thanks to the work by Kiwi Media. Now we got a quite interesting panel. The question is, what's the interest of financing of creative industries, the project coming from industry creative? What are the tools, the instruments, not only from the public area, probably what we are more used to, yeah, but also from the public sector. And we have an interesting panel. Composing this panel are Isidora Cabezón, coordinator of the creative economy area in Corfo. Also with us, Juan Pablo Barahona, responsible for education and culture from Doble Impacto, and Raúl Vilches, in charge of creative culture industries. It will be moderated by my co-host, Alex Paredes from Planex.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Por ahí.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are our guests over there?
Pablo, sí, ahí están, ahí están. ¿Cómo estás, querido?
¿Qué tal?
Hola.
Muy bien.
Hello,
Isidora,
how are you
querido,
doing?
bien.
How's everything? Isidora, Juan Pablo. Good morning.
Me falta uno, ¿no? Me falta Raúl.
Sí.
I'm missing one, Raúl, right? Yes, Raúl.
Alex, por favor, sácanos pica con esa vista.
Alex,
Por favor.
we envy the view you have there.
Cuando lleguen acá te cuento, ¿ya?
Ay, no
Está
hacer el
maravilloso.
paneo, claro.
Ahora, a nosotros también nos sacan pica porque también hay gente que está en embarcaciones
You
paseando.
see some people are behind us under the rain, under the, temporary rain, and people walking over there. So it's something we all also envy. You see, this is what this place has. When it rains, so after the rain, you can touch the air with your lungs. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Oigan, bueno, qué gusto tenerlos
Good.
por acá. Espero que estén viendo varias cosas. Yo sé que han estado relacionados.
I hope you are seeing plenty of things during these 3 days with us.
Bueno, Juan Pablo tuvo una mesa.
Juan Pablo
Isidora-
participated in one table. Isidora has helped us
Sí,
to
así que,
fix some urgency issues. So we are really pleased and thankful for you participating with us.
bueno, Raúl está.
Is Raúl over there? Is Raúl
Ah, ya, perfecto, ya.
over there?
Viene llegando.
Raúl,
Bueno,
Okay, good.
Pregunta si se ve.
Just arriving.
sí, partamos nosotros. Sí, ahí se van
Okay,
sumando.
let's start.
Bueno, una de las primeras
Well, one of the first questions before we go into this exercise of seeing what about government
muy importantes que son
supports, which of course are important. As we have said, they are part of the 5 sources of income creative workers have. I'm going to mention them. So you don't have to ask, what are those 5 sources? 1, presence experience, their own production, licensing, copyright, and fundraising, or resources that can be acquired, obtained, and obviously subsidies and investments. And
donde estamos un poco
in that
trabajando,
specific part,
¿cierto? Y
and this is what we are working little by little with our guests. What's the motivation institutions such as Corfo and a Doble Impacto have in order to support creative entrepreneurship? Isidora, please.
Buenísimo.
Thank you.
Mira, es buena la pregunta.
Look,
Es desde,
it's a
desde
good
la
question. It comes from the place where we are positioned in Corfo to see how and why we're going to approach the creative sector in
dio cuenta
general. What's interesting about this is that Chile realized, and Corfo did the same, that the
seguir dependiendo de
production
la
matrix couldn't continue depending on the extraction of natural resources, cutting of trees, you see, or using stones to give you some idea,
capital social,
in
desarrollo
order to
económico.
generate social capital, economic development, and so forth. And on that look, based on that look, is where Corfo said, we have to take a look at the sectors contributing to the human development of people, sustainable, environmentally, and ecologically. And that can be can diversify our productive matrix and contributing to a strategy of development in relation to innovation, talent, knowledge, ideas. And all that fits perfectly with the fields of creative economy or creative sectors. Therefore, Corfo see the creative sector as an opportunity, as a space for development for Chile, so that Chile can diversify their productive matrix and production matrix, so that Chile can promote a strategy for talent
esta estrategia
production and development, and this strategy can be diversified in the territory. The creative sector is a sector that's resilient to crisis. We have talked a lot about creative sectors being sectors that are more affected, you see, more impacted due to this crisis.
un sector que se puede transformar muy rápidamente, un
So a
sector dinámico.
sector that can be quickly transformed. It's a dynamic sector.
¿Se escucha?
You can hear me, right?
Ya, perfecto. Veía que estaba como pegada la imagen, entonces no sabía si estaba hablando sola. Por lo tanto, hay una oportunidad.
Then there is an opportunity that, and Corfo sees that opportunity. And from the area of creative
La mirada que pone,
economy, I like that look, because the look Corfo places in the creative sector is not only because we understand that the creative sector is important for the creative sector. When you come from the creative sector, you
esto es importante.
say,
Yo
okay, obviously this is important. This is the way I believe it personally. But when an institution say the creative sector is important not only for artists, but also the work artists,
en otros sectores
do
productivos,
can have an impact on other productive sectors, the look of the impact multiplies and expands, and it becomes a
mirada y es
strategy for the
también
country. That's more or less the look, and also what we work day by day in the field. We know that we are in an adverse context. Well, when I say this, I mean globally and nationally. So that's more or less the look, Alex, on opportunity
es un sector
provided by this sector. And because this is, I would say, a light, not
productivos como la
heavy
minería,
sector regarding other productive sectors such as mining, healthcare, maybe sun energy, solar energy, or other types of energy,
pero en el fondo lo que tiene el sector es que los
hydrogen and so on. But deep down, what this sector has is that the investment costs are lower compared to other sectors, and you can build a strategy of copyright, licensing, everything you had mentioned before. Is
sobre la
more or less the
creatividad,
look that Corfo
y mucho
has
sobre
on
el
creativity, or probably on the creative sector, because creativity is an attribute on people. People have that attribute, or probably on processes. So
potencial
this is more or less our standpoint, our stance, and we defend that, we advocate for that, and we complement with other public services too. You have mentioned resilience. It is important, I would say very important, because it's a sector that on one hand there is the show business that has been greatly affected with a decrease in their income on the order of 95%. The Ministry of Culture has said that, but on the other hand, on the other side of this problem, there are the subsectors or subsectors of creative economies, for example, video games, that increased 3 times.
Los audiovisuales, por ejemplo,
Audiovisual, for example,
aumentaron 4
Netflix,
veces.
Spotify increased 4 times their membership.
Claro, exactamente.
Exactly, the media, I would say. Audiobooks in Spanish increased 60%.
Claro que hay una resiliencia importante, por un lado.
There
¿cierto?
is an important resilience there on one hand, but there's another part that provides the balance. And that is also done by that makes it a good sector for investment, isn't it, Juan Pablo, right? Exactly. This is the way it is. So once more, thank you for the invitation and congratulations for everything you have achieved with this meeting. It's pretty interesting from the investment standpoint. We, from Double Impact, the name of the agency, we want to play a role in the creative ecosystem from the finance sector as one more private organ. We are working in order to transform economy, transforming the financial system, putting the human being and the planet in the center of each economy activity. This is why it is fundamental, and that's the motivation of transferring the importance of investing in the creative industry so that some people and some organizations can invest on those sectors. And because we, above all, want to work for those economy activities, developing human being, developing creativity and liberty. And this is why in the creative industry, cultural capital, symbolic goods, creation of community audiences, all the content that enables this social within and along with the entertainment that develops all potentialities. This is how we're working on in order to serve that sector. And when we referred, or when we say serving the sector, is to understand the peculiarities of each sector that are diverse form on how the creative industry is organized, from foundations, collectives. They have their own regulations and all different. So it is to understand the way the story is being organized, where they have developed their own economy activity, and they can give us an answer that may have, for example, a tailor-made sustainable credit, a responsible credit, when we need to promote responsible indebting, in contributing to society and culture. And this is why we're working in order to manage those credits, and as you say, where money are transparent, people know what to use the money for, which is the model of the ethical bank, and they are investors who have an interest and a priority in use their savings in these trial projects contributing to society. So this is the motivation, this is the work we're doing, serving specifically and understand the creative industry. And as Isidora was saying, it has gone through different places. Some of them have been able to reinvent, some others have not. But if we don't look at them from their own reality, and the financial system do not understand them from their own flows of work, from their own regulations, financing will not be sustainable. So this is the work we do to provide a positive impact. It is pretty disruptive because we are in a sector where investment is needed. We need banking, but in a country that has been eternally depending on an extractive economy, an economy where the most precious resource has been the natural resource. And now we are thinking and making others think, investors, you see how crazy this is, trying to tell investors, okay, you see, it's good to invest in talent, in human talent. And it is good not only because it is good business, because it makes us better human beings. And it makes our connections be much more open. It's not just something close, as we were mentioning today in the value chain with Felipe. A lot has been said about the value chain in a cluster, within a small cluster. Nowadays, this is already out, you see. And in the world of creative industry, and I love saying this, in great places, in a big extent, we don't know if we export or we don't export because everything is online. Right now, you see, I was fascinated talking to Felipe. We had Carlos at the backstage. I was with you, and I was answering someone to Panama through the cell phone. You see, 5, 6 years ago, that was impossible. How do you see the issues about export, contents, and creative sectors? ProChile, how do they see that? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invite. Regards to all panelists, Isidora, Juan Carlos is such a player, particularly a space where we have had a lot of conversations, a lot of events in relation to creative economies. And I think this is pretty interesting because in times of crisis, we see this sector and all their weaknesses at the same time as their strengths and potentialities. And we are noticing this today, the first demand from the cultural sector in time of crisis, understand this culture as a basic right. And today, it's not like that yet. It's a job. So from what you suggest, we are in a crusade as ProChile. Okay, see this. For 20 years, we started supporting some of the creative sectors, particularly the audiovisual and editorial sector, after the movie or the film act was launched, enacted. But we're talking about culture, which is the soul of the nations.
Esta relación economía y cultura siempre ha
So
sido
this relation, culture economy, has been complicated. Historically speaking, there have been different
pero claro, en su
approaches in the world when dealing with it. But in its economic dimension, I think that it represents offices, workers, people working in public institutions in order to make it relieve. And in the case of expos in the countries like in the past, Chile, well, is powerful in mining, in food, and culture has always been looked at an added element in how to make it get up and how it can be part of the country image, particularly in terms of globalization, and represent the great value it has. And of course, we have plenty of inequalities on an international level regarding administrative issues from the economic point of view. This is one of the 7 sectors generating more income in the world. And this is not many people know about it. You see, a developed country has built hegemony and a cultural heritage, a big one. And in a way, the generation of richness generated through culture is usually appreciated by the by developed countries. If you take a look at the UNCTAD reports, you see this is an economic sector generating more than $500 million. If we add cultural heritage, it goes up and up. It comes after telecommunications and finance sectors, but Latin America does not represent more than 3% of the value generated in economy.
Todos nuestros contenidos, porque tú en el tema editorial, nuestros grandes autores latinoamericanos.
But we contribute in the Latin American sector, what we contribute are the rights, the ones generating richness. So, to sum up, we are pretty convinced that in Latin America, or Latin America has been transformed in a first stage in all the countries of the South. Well, if you know, independent production versus the other ones, you see they have placed us in a position of cultural consumers, and now we are gambling, we are betting to be content exporters. We can do that, being at the outside. We have creativity, we have capacity, and that's where 1,000 challenges are generated. We, for more than 20 years, have been able to prioritize sectors, 10 sectors there: audiovisual sector, editorial, graphic narratives, illustration, animation, visual arts, scenic, film arts, design, fashion. And from that place, we have setting up cooperation, collaboration, and we have designed along with them strategies for international circuit where Chile can show this exported offer. And we need to develop and we need to approach more cultural problems in this country. And one of them is that we don't have internal market. We don't have any finance and policies for an intervention in the market, a financial intervention. And this is due to the economic model. And I have high hopes now of the possibility that's coming with the transformation we are going to have in Chile to have this in a better fashion and to encourage culture, because we are pretty sure that with culture, as in the first place, we can present ourselves to the world in a better way, and because they are sectors that they have great matter, resources that are not exhausted, and it's very good, pretty to have a country like that. Dreaming of a country where people who want to do that have the possibility to develop that.
Impressive. The work that you have done, how you have been able to create that network. I'm really happy to see those figures, 26 institutionalities you are working with. I imagine that all of you have had many different cases of entrepreneurship, successful entrepreneurs, which could be an inspiration, or they could be a good example on how what each of the institution wants. Because before asking about the core of this conversation, I mean, the tools that you have as a support, I'd like if you could tell us, Isidora, please, what entrepreneurship, creative entrepreneurship really got your attention, and you said, wow, this is something we should repeat it, replicate it. We should have more of this. Tell me, please. Is there any case? Well, it is kind of hard, difficult, because I'm thinking about one, and then later I feel guilty because just mentioning one, there are so many. What I've seen, which is interesting, it is when traditional sectors of the creative world, and I say traditional, which are less associated to the technological developments, for instance, they get closer to Corfo to have technological transformation processes. So there I've seen a couple in like scene arts, which are interesting. And it is happening now. So that's why I don't want to mention them, because they're being developed now. But for instance, I've seen a lot when, for instance, a group of artists, scenographers, directors, theater directors with a traditional structure of addressing their productions, they say, you know something, we're innovating in sanitization processes for the theater rooms. We want to monitor this with an apparatus, with a device. So in this case, we're not only thinking about innovation from contents, which is fundamental in any creative process. A screenwriter will try to create or to narrate from a different viewpoint, but when the structure of theater tries to create new platforms, creating traceability for the sanitary protocols, well, that, I mean, I've seen it in theater rooms, different conversations, and they have got closer to Corfo, and that's really interesting. Just as we said at the beginning, and Juan Pablo also mentioned, and Raul mentioned that, if the creative sector has been more vulnerable in this crisis after the pandemic and the social uprising, but they're always thinking outside the box, which is the first step for any creative process. Let's see, how can we reinvent ourselves? That is the big question. So that it is where I see more opportunities, and also repeating the positive words that Raul said, which I think they're so good, because we say we're in a difficult process. But we have always been in a difficult process, so now we have the opportunity to rethink many things. So the creative sector, I mean, has suffered a lot, and we are in a difficult situation. Well, we have seen this type of projects which are still being developed. So that's why I don't want to name them, but I've seen it a lot nowadays with the scenic arts, which is one of the sectors that has been highly affected with the closure of room theaters or collective experiences of any show. So therefore, I'm really surprised, positively surprised in that space. Isidora. Yes, this is quite cross-sectional. These creative economies are so cross-sectional. Somehow they want to solve some other problems in some other industries as well. You're talking about that, right? On how entrepreneurs are thinking outside the box of art, and they're trying to solve the problem not only for them, but for other industries as well. That is true. And that is what has allowed to, I mean, sectors as video games that you commented are delivering services in a permanent way, and even more to the mining industry, healthcare, or, I mean, virtual reality for the real estate business as well. So video games not only are for entertaining and learning about it, but also for healing, for doing pre-feasibility study in the mining industry. So therefore, there's more fertility in that sense. So it is a really fertile sector. So therefore, there is a view where all of the sectors and the same creative fields are starting to work together. Some artists do not care and it is okay to get outside the box. But some others are willing to do that. So that it is something that we are observing. There is a dialogue with some other productive sectors, and that is a more natural dialogue, and it is increasing. Interesting. It makes so much sense. You as an actress, well, you know, the art field, the audiences, because those are two different worlds. On the one hand, we have the world of solutions for companies, and on the other hand, we have the emotional connections with the audiences. Audiences who do not consume solutions, they consume experiences. That is really interesting. And you convey that experience. That is true. Interesting. Tell me, Juan Pablo, any case, exemplifying case for analyzing how you support creative entrepreneurs? Is there any case you'd like to, you don't really need to say the name. Just as an example, well, I'd like to start with something which Raul said about how complex is this relationship between economy and culture. So in different parts, this is a really controversial, polemic relationship. How these financial systems are seen from economy, the behavior, how they contribute with something. So it is highly questioned. The import is highly questioned, and also it is quite questioned on if this is an expense or an investment, and how much you invest in culture. So that is a current topic. And also this challenge to the creative sector of seeing themselves with these abilities, skills, and what is the internal management they have. So there I want to answer the question. From that viewpoint, the work that we do as Doble Impacto in boosting, promoting that investment and also that development. I love this panel because we have export, promotion, and also from investment and development, from another way of promoting. So there we have that work with different organizations in order to have a financial structure road. We're organizing this road, analyzing the possibilities, and also finding the possibilities to face some other fund accesses, which is quite limited. In the public sector is quite limited. Same situation with cultural funds or the Corfo funds or ProChile funds. So widening and having some other alternatives, as Isidora well said, from widening that, I mean, thinking outside the box. And we have found good alternatives, great experiences. But just as an example,
ha realizado Green Libros, por ejemplo.
What Green Libros has done, well, editorials where they recycle used books and afterwards they sell them, and with the money they gather, they can donate and creating a circulation of this work, collaborative work of what they do. So we have been there to leverage the growth of these organizations, and it's been fundamental in order to structure them. And there are possibilities of growth as well. Same situation with Teatro Art, which is a theater company, which in this reinvention, in this pandemic, they have changed all of their formats to bring educational theater to the schools and families through a digital platform. So we have been supporting these entrepreneurship, and we have been working together in the growth so as to make it more sustainable in difficult times. Pájaro, it is an audiovisual producer nominated to the Emmy Kids Awards, also with a series that go to different markets abroad, exporting to Latin America and Europe with their Petit series called Petit. So we're having a special emphasis, a special work with a customized development for this sector, because as you well said, there is a stock of breakup stock in Amazon, Netflix, and all of them. There is a stock breakage also, and therefore they got reactivated with different protocols for filming series and films. So we have a specialized product in order to serve the reality of the audiovisual sector, as it's been just said. And also from this big variety of what we work with Colectivo, which is Festival Saco, just inaugurated this week. So contemporaneous art has to be supported as well. So from entrepreneurship or from the type of organization, I just wanted to exemplify this from the diversity, the type of organizations that we are supporting, and which are the different needs. And there we have the value and the role that we're having in the financial system from the private investors, and how the investors and the investment, how that investment, it is visibilized, to visibilize these initiatives. So we have a showcase in order to cooperate, so people can cooperate, and effectively, according to the model that we're working at, it is going to be of an interest for people in order to use their savings and therefore funding these projects. The creative industry sector, it is feasible, it is prosperous. Things are happening here. And what we're provoking here, it is, okay, we need to organize this, we need to adapt ourselves. I mean, things are going to be sometimes harder to do. We need to diversify the different ways of financing, fundings. So we need to see as a company, because there's a product from talent, idea, symbolic value. It is something that can be sold, and that creates a contribution into the economy. Interesting. You make me think about when you named the word diversify. I mean, it really gets me, because I wrote the book Diversify. This is like a fractal. The entrepreneur has to diversify its source of income, funds. Now, you yourself diversify investments and the bets. Both Doble Impacto, as Corfo, and some other institutions are risk capitalists in the end, because you're betting at 10 different horses, let's say that way, for one of them or two or three of them win the race. So later, after that, we rebuild this diversification as a country in order to diversify the matrix, productive matrix. So that's what I rescue. Thank you for that gift.
No, por supuesto, sí.
I mean, of course, yes.
No, de que ha sido totalmente.
I mean, yes. It has been a good contribution from Planea, because we're tuned up. That is the thing. What Raul has mentioned and Sira has mentioned, it is more of the same. We're contributing to this diversification, and we're here to accompany and to boost different organizations.
Para sumar un pequeño comentario respecto.
Just one more thing about the risk. About risk. When you see cases of some other countries, Great Britain or Colombia, which are kind of gods of this creative economy, well, in the end, what you see there, it is that there is a good alliance of risk between the public sector and the private sector. It has to be a blend. The state, it is not useful if the state is risking and the private one, it is not, and the other way around. So what you just said, Alex, of risking, I mean, you have to take the risk, because otherwise not everything has to be successful. Part of the process has to be with failure. Now, no one really likes to fail, but it's part of the game. So countries where we can create these alliances between private and public sectors to risk on something is where you have more possibilities to find a vaccine, to score a goal, to win an Oscar in many different fields. So where there is risk, real risk, and where you as a creator are accompanied to take the risk, you're going to do better. Because if you make a mistake, or even if you don't make a mistake, if you didn't do well, You're learning in the process. So that is good. And we hope, let's hope that it is more in the DNA of everyone, all of us. That is the poetry of risk. I loved it. We're going to take it. We're going to republish it. It should be a mantra. Raúl, tell us, to exemplify what entrepreneurs are like, or any special entrepreneur. Because all of the entrepreneurs, I mean, we like them all. We love them all. If we name one, it doesn't really mean that we don't like the others. But if you have one example on how you're supporting, because it is easier for our audience to understand other persons, other entrepreneurs, than just speaking up technically about an instrument. But of course, we're going to talk about that. But first of all, we need to understand which are the type of entrepreneurs that you are supporting. Personally, I don't like the concept of entrepreneur or the creative economy sector. Let me be sincere about that, because behind the concept of entrepreneurship, there is a message, philosophical message of individualism. And what I feel is that for the sector to be developed, we need to create structures and associative ways and cooperative ways to think in this. Because in these 20 years, and especially, I mean, for instance, Pro Chile, we have 3 macro sectors, which are the ones prioritized for the export policies. That is the base. We have the interest, national interest of that dream to go into this third stage of exporting, diversifying the portfolio. It's been a diagnosis that it's coming from ECLAC, and that has been because in Chile we have not developed a development policy, which is real, and that also happens in the creative sector. So the creative sector will have a policy of industrial development that has been applied. We tried to do it in cinema. Chile Films, Pedro Aguirre Cerda and Corfo developed it, but that was an effort to have an industrial policy. But now the policy, it is whatever, I mean, whether it's an entrepreneur, as a creator, then you have to have some entrepreneurship skills. You have to be highly creative, and also you need to be good at business, and that's really hard. It is hard to have that. So that's why we're trying to professionalize all of this. So we need collectivity. So from there, we have advanced. In 2015, in Pro Chile, we created the Department of Creative Economy, and nowadays it is within the 3 macro sectors. We have foods, which includes fruit, processed and non-processed elements. We have the services department and creative economy. So we have associated the sector and we have advanced. Now we have 4 sectoral brands, at least the promotion, international promotion in the strategic creative elements is being done associatively. We started with cinema. In cinema, we participate in Marcelo Films, which is the main market for films, Berlinale, Guadalajara Festival, and in some others, but in those 3, all of us are going. So having the promotion collectively, what promise do we have? That we send all of them individually, 1 project, 2, 3 projects, and they have to negotiate individually. So we need to advance in the structures of promotions for export, which is associative, and that requires different policies. And as it is designed today, and the design of entrepreneurship, which makes it so individual, it is not the best. So it won't allow strong development. But we'll have the first stage, which is the most important one. Another example, in video games. We started from scratch. Video games, we were honored as Chile to set the first stand in the GDC fair in San Francisco, which is the most important one in the world. But there was no country, Hispano-American country present there promoting content. And we did it from Chile. So last year we have more than 26 developers of video games, and nowadays there are more than 60 developers of video games who are Chilean in the international markets, in a circuit where there are more than 10 fairs. What I mean, We're at a stage, we're making a promotion all together. There are many examples, specific examples. I will share some of them with you of exports of content, which are so important for Chile. But if we want to have this big jump, this big leap, Chile may have a big publisher visiting, taking all the contents to different markets with this associative culture. So that's why I don't like this way of seeing entrepreneurship. But there's maybe another concept of entrepreneurship which is even better. And in concrete examples, of course, yes, you get excited with in particular because since we are in this chain value at the very end, we're seeing the final result of really nice productions from the smallest to the biggest one, because you get excited not only when you are awarded with an Oscar or with a big production, but also in graphic narratives. We have the possibility to start promoting this novel related to Allende. The graphics we started promoting in France, Angoulême, Comic-Con San Diego, and Comic-Con, and that graphic novel has more than 10 translations, different languages. 10 editorials have bought it, and it has had a huge international circuit. And the topic, it is like, I mean, we should try to change the topic, but well, it is still valid. And the launch of that novel, graphic novel, were so powerful. People were crying. People were mixing this creative industry in terms of content and also in its topic. Same situation with other things, such as in video games. We're really happy when they are launching important games such as role games with an international impact, or Over of Sorrow, that was a fight game, and it was created in Chile. And in editorial, the transformation of Patagonia, who has had a strong relationship. Music, same situation. We have many different things. Even before Emi Chile was born, we have now people adding content. We have people bringing artists, inviting them. So there's a whole ecosystem, and there you get excited on many different examples. Basically that. Thank you very much for that. So we have time.
Sí. El punto es que interesante tu provocación, Raúl.
Really nice provocation.
Que tiene como título el emprendimiento para todos nosotros.
I mean, in this world where the title is entrepreneurship for everyone, well, you say that entrepreneurship it is not the best word.
Complicado en este ecosistema. Bueno, me parece interesante.
Me gustaría, pues, permiso, Alex.
I'd like to.
Me hizo sentido lo que planteaba Raúl.
It makes sense what Raúl is saying. From the label or the place where it can be placed and where you should grow. I mean, we understand the spirit of the word, but it's so diverse. As I have said before, it is so diverse. The types of organizations, the scenario, they're facing the market, they are facing the types of sales. But you need to understand it in that way. Usually, the organizations of the creative industries do not qualify in the traditional banking. So therefore, when we serve them, because they qualify for here at Doble Impacto. So we need to understand that those are different sizes, different ways and different cash flows, and therefore we need to see them from their diversity and from their own nature.
Yo también quiero aportar.
I want to contribute as well to this entrepreneurship thing. We talked about with Raúl, and we are part of the same subcommittee. We want to increase the export of creative elements. So associating the idea of entrepreneurship with overload of creative, who has to be an engineer in order to be an artist. I mean, I don't agree with that. Entrepreneurship has to do with organizing structures of work which are collaborative, where in the roles of your team, you can have people who have some other talents, other skills, and other professions. and I am an actress, I am a screenwriter, painter, I don't want to be a manager of myself. I don't want to be an expert in negotiating intellectual property, but I need to find a good producer who has studied art, law, or whatever, having that specialty or the interest in learning. So therefore, there is something that we have seen in the complexity of the value chain of the creative sector, where yes, more and more there are professionals from some other sectors creating these multidisciplinary teams that on the one hand for the logic of the creative sector, and also we have seen more, but not so much, artists, creatives who are getting into the traditional sectors. So when we do that, we're going to be truly talking about a real development of the creative sector in the world, such as when in a bank, there is a designer thinking about the strategies or the methodologies of work, not only a psychologist from the human resources department. So that is part of the situation. So coming back to this provocation, we shouldn't understand entrepreneurship as forcing ourselves to know everything and then later being an expert in negotiations. It should be the other way. We need to integrate, and therefore I coincide with what Raul is saying about this associativeness. And Alex, I will give you the floor, but we have in Corfu we have many different associative tools which better serve the creative sector, because effectively the creative sector, it is much more collaborative than others. For instance, when we have the ones that we used to call nodes, which now are called Red Mercado a Red Asociativa, talking about the instrument, those are instruments that have allowed it to have a brand, sectorial brand for music, that allowed the creation of the union and EMI Chile, because they started with a node, with a profo, which are associative instruments, and that's why we have seen in many different sectors. So there are groups of initiatives or companies, producers, foundations who are getting associated. They start working better. So therefore, I believe that this associativeness, it is quite positive. It gives good results. And also, there is in our sector something which is so beautiful, which is this competence. When a Chilean movie does well, all the Chilean filmmakers are happy because there's a general attribution for the sector, and it's beautiful. Sometimes you don't see it so often. Same situation with a play or a book abroad, as Raul well said. The whole sector is happy because the audience, the people, don't really know about producers. They don't really know about the backstage of the producer or the creation. You just see a Chilean movie, or you just listen to a Chilean record. You don't really know who produced it. That is really interesting, because I feel that this associativeness, on the one hand, and the multidisciplinary, those two factors allowed to the creative sector as a whole to grow, and artists to do well, to do better. The ones who are finding certain businesses are doing better. The ones who want to scale internationally, as in all of the examples, as Juan Pablo and Raul just mentioned, I said that was awarded with an audiovisual contest and so on, because everything is changed. And then later, a project could also ask for a credit or a loan or to work, to get connected with the banking, such as the cases Juan Pablo is mentioning. So yes, I believe in the road of associativeness. And there, I highlight these instruments that we have in Corfu, which are associative and they work well. Now we have some visual arts projects, which are so interesting. Visual arts, Chaco, Galeria Weekend, and Globos. So those are three institutions that are together to see how can we make the market more robust. And that is an associative instrument. So if we as a state, for instance, do not contribute with that to get associated, then the work is even harder. The task is harder, so that is good.
Competencia que tú estás hablando,
Be interesting what you just mentioned, competence, which is cooperating. with your competitors, by definition, is something pretty natural.
Es tan natural que,
As you
que somos
have suggested, we are collaborative and we build teams by nature. You see, what is a band, a music band, if it is not a teamwork? And we have musicians playing in different bands, you see. And same happens with drama, with those cultural sectors. Somehow, for example, a magazine, advertising, for example, if you look at TV commercial on TV, and you can see how many sectors are involved in a TV commercial.
Juego también, ¿ah? Ojo, el videojuego también.
Same happens with the
Tenemos
video
al que
game.
creó el videojuego, sino que
Not only the creator of the video game is involved, but you have writers, musicians, designers, photographers. You got the advertising of the video game. It gets my attention because, well, obviously, filmmaking, because it involves several sectors at the same time. Then we are collaborative by nature. There are certain things in the nature of a creative economy, and we need to get more things out of there as artistic and cultural managers, so that Raúl do not get angry. You see, no, I'm just kidding. Raúl, let's start with you, please. Tell us what instruments do you have to support creators from our country? Well, I have thought of a presentation, but I think that it's better if we have this conversation. If we implement this as a conversation, okay? We have to. We as Pro Chile. So, for people who are listening, we are an organ depending from the external affairs ministry, but our pillars are focused on 3 areas. We are the only public organ with a network of 56 commercial offices in the world. Then nowadays, we are capable of connecting to projects, to creative companies, to all counterparts in a network of 56 offices in all continents. And we can be an accelerator in the search for that with their international counterparts, based on the fact that several creative projects are looking for an international partnership in order to find finance or distribution. So in that stage, we are an institution with the highest value. And to do so, we have 2 lines. We got regional offices in all regions. We got specialized executives who support the process of those companies. And on the other hand, we got sectors per se, which are the 3 macro sectors: food, commerce, service, and creativeness. And jointly with the organized sectors, we work with that demand. And then we have sectorial plans. And for these 10 sectors, we have circuits of promotions where those markets or festivals where Chile can show their exported or exportable effort. And that's where we look for partnerships, both with other public or private entities, in order to have a circulation of Chilean in a circuit for those markets. We have examples in editorial subject. We have international fairs, such as the Fair of the Book Fairs, Buenos Aires, Peru, Guadalajara, and Frankfurt. So in that circuit, we have partnerships with the Ministry of Cultures, and then we try to face a Chilean promotion. We're generating instrument where you have polls for participants. This year has been virtual, but in a regular year, we make those public bids of calls. And on the other hand, Ministry of Cultures take artists. We are most focused on business, I would say, and then we have all that as a whole. Sectorial plans are our focus, and we do that, and that can be done through our webpage, and the diffusion the same. The second line is everything that has to do with a strong line with exporting training. And Juan Pablo probably can add things to it, but in technical terms, when a create or export, its great component is service. And there is a problem there because international commerce has been struck with physical things, such as apples, for example. But when we talk about people, in this case, it becomes a problem. And this is where we need to generate skills for the technical term and train them, telling them about tax issues, internal revenue service, creative economy, and service experts. But two more elements, important ones in this exporting training: copyright, intellectual property, protecting it, and managing. Two important things: how this is managed in terms of rights, how gains or profits are distributed, licensing things or skills creative sector needs to understand. And the third line, which is complex, is marketing, how they present their project. And that international markets give them, little time, you see. That would be the second line. The third line, they are contest projects that they can apply for contests, you see. No long time ago, we finished that. We have presented some projects on a national level, and then we co-fund other aspects associated. And the last has to do with instruments we have for the sector when they want to promote internationally in a campaign geared towards the association of creativity and country. It's a fund. A foundation is to apply for with a national representation. And today we have 4 brands: Cinema Chile, the oldest, with presence in more than 17 international markets for promotion for Chilean films; Chile Doc, which is for documentary niche. We have just finished Doc Lexic, and then we have a promotion circuit through that brand. And then we have Sismica, which is for visualization of visual brands. It's a bigger transformation there. And the last brand, sectorial brand created, which is Chile Música, that is in the middle of its development. Those are the structures and the tools of ProChile, what we are using to work on. Well, such a big amount of things you do, you see. And sometimes we are looking at the web page and we find plenty of those things, but it's not the same as being explained on how they work, you see. These instruments, where we can find them. If you visit the ProChile webpage, there's plenty of information. So there's most of the instruments, the calls we are developing are there on the web page. And then you can find the address of all our regional offices people want to connect to if they want to know more information. If you want to know my email, I'll be glad to do it. I can refer you to the proper office. And in Santiago, there is a specialized office for creative economy and pay attention to the sectors. ProChile.cl. I have always liked this, not now. It's the market studies. Yes. We do a lot of them, you see, but we got plenty of them. In this last 3 years, we have built a lot for creative economy. They are all on the website of ProChile. Some of them are with the deeper, but they are all basic elements. And now, due to COVID, which I think has been a complex time, one of the fundamental axes we had during this month is providing information about the markets. We have conducted more than 16 workshops with specific information through our commercial offices and people specific from that sector. And more than 450 creative industries have participated. And now today, above all, when COVID, that's an essential subject. Thank you very much. We are going to continue, but I would like to know Corfo. You
Que Corfo está ayudando,
this is
¿cierto?, en el
something that Corfo is also helping, right? We are business with Corfo because Corfo puts 70% and we 30%.
Tiene que tener más minutos la Isidora entonces.
Isidora is going to have more minutes to speak, you see?
Porque la cantidad de instrumentos que hay para que puedan...
The amount of instruments you have, or the amount of instruments entrepreneurs have is huge. But let's see if you can sum it up in the minutes we have left. I'm going to mention them and I'm going to show you a slide, just one slide, just to give you visual aid. Maybe, okay, it's a simple thing, all right. There it is.
Yo lo veo, a ver,
Bueno,
déjame ver la página. Y se ve en la
¿se ve o
página.
no?
Sí, se ve, dale.
Ya.
Yes, you can see it. I can see it.
Ahí sí. Ya.
There it is.
La Corfo,
Okay, so to understand, Corfo, which is the Production Development Corporation dependent on the Economy Ministry, so they try to produce productive promotion for the productive sector in the case of we're interested in, you see. But instruments, Corfo instruments, that's important, that's important. We are not talking about just cultural production, we are talking about productive promotion, economic sustainability.
exactamente, o sea, lo que busca
Exactly. So one of the goals, the
la Corfo
focus
aborda el fomento productivo
used by Corfo to
no existe
address productive promotion is not from the sector. There is no department of salmon or mining. This is a small unit called Creative Economy, which I lead, but it's something, I would say, an oddity within here, because Corfo promotes promotion for all sectors depending on the stage they are and their need. So this is first. The first question you have to ask, what's my problem? You see, beyond of if I work, whether I work in the audiovisual or fashion worlds, do I need resources for production? Do I need training? Do I need escalating new markets? Do I need to innovate in my services with the service or product I do? Those are the questions we have to ask, to answer first. And this is why we have this structure, which is a general structure, but behind it, there is a logic of instruments that are under the area of entrepreneurship, such as different type of subsidies called seeds, all the accelerators, incubators, and what they do is help you enhance your business model to accelerate it, incubate it, escalate it, but it has to do with the business model. Then you have those 5 or 4 models, which is an instrument, 70-30 you were mentioning. Vidalisa is an instrument that allows you to do high impact events, understanding that those types of events, what they do is to generate structures, knowledge structures, to position a sector and therefore to make it grow. Then that would be a logic behind entrepreneurship. The innovation management has different elements where what you are helping to foster, to promote is what you can be able to innovate for the sector.
generando sea algo que
So that
efectivamente
what you are generating gives you added value that hasn't been done before. Therefore, in general, they are funds that are there and close to the technological innovations, development of new prototypes that might be prototypes probably of a sanitizer, so to speak, or it might be a new platform that's gonna help you generate a different service. But it's not just one more platform, but this innovation in there. There are instruments such as the Credit Valida, which I like a lot for our sector, because it allows you to prototype new products or services. Then this is what I recommend. And then we have in networks and territory, you can see all these elements having to do with associativeness and cultural belongingness, markets, that allows
digamos,
you
3, 4 o
that one or more companies, 3, 4 until 20 or companies, so that might be also with non-profitable purposes, where the gaps can be breached to escalate a market, make a common diagnose. In this management, there are other instruments. I like it a lot too, and we have worked with it within regions. And we have one in Los Lagos region, which is like the godfather of all this big initiative, which is the PTI, which is called Integrated Territorial Program. That's the name of the instrument. Yanquiwe Creative Destination. And what these PTIs do are programs where you generate alliances, public-private partnerships, what we were mentioning, in relation to a territory. And the territory says we, in Los Lagos, in the Yanquiwe Basin, in these 4 communities, are going to set up a roadmap to cross the creative sector with the tourism sector. And that's where we have, in the case of the lakes, Yanquiwe Creativo. So these are instruments, I like them a lot because their look is focused on territory, where each region or territory say, okay, this is our focus, you see. It's like very decentralized, it works well. And we have the Startup Chile management, maybe you're familiar with it. Startup is a university itself, and there's plenty of creative projects.
Por ejemplo, Escenix, que es como
Escenic is one of them. You see this platform. This is
del teatro chileno.
Chilean Netflix platform, or I mean, place. It's as a startup. These are the 4 management that help you in different moments. And those below, down in management and financing and technological management capacities, are management that work, I would say, on the basis of productive development. On one hand, finance and production management have these like second floor bankings, and with people or companies want to have state guarantees. And on the other hand, technological capacity management, one of its great strengths is the generation of technological centers. Last year, we were able to organize or to implement the first sector called Center for the Technological Region for the Creative Industry, and it's a project with a long-term view, 10 years. They are enabling platforms where you find the public company, the state, and the institution, non-governmental institution or academic institutions, enabling that project can have a public benefit look, taking what Raúl was mentioning. Not all instruments by Corfo are necessarily a company saying, okay, I do this on my own. This is more or less the picture, Alex. No, that's pretty good.
Exacto, Bizarro.
Regards to Alex, you're doing such a good thing. Bizarro is a company which is the spearhead of a group of institutions, and they were awarded the technological center. We have the University, we have the Corporation of Culture in the Metropolitan Region, Territorio, some other institutions. And they generated this, led by Bizarro, as you said.
Bien, saludos también para ellos. Y bueno, Juan Pablo, cuéntanos tú.
Juan Pablo, tell us. Well,
te pasaste,
Isidora, you did something wonderful. You were able to talk, to tell us what Corfo is. In a very way, I should be an ambassador of Corfo this time. See?
Y me faltó decir uno que es importante, perdona.
And I just forgot one. I have to say it, I have to mention. There is a program we work with a lot in Corfo.
Las capacitaciones.
And it has to do with training, a strengthening program for competitiveness. And in fact, as a matter of fact, last year, and we have just finished to design it, and we are gonna conduct an intellectual property workshop, a training session. taking into consideration what has been said. All of us, the creative sector, need to know about this, need to know how to approach this, strengthening elements for skills. They are training programs. And this is a pretty interesting mechanism, and the only difference it makes is that you do not apply for these programs, but Corfo gives you that offer, so we need to be there observing what's necessary, what's the gap that needs to be bridged in terms of training, so that Corfo tells an academic institution, okay, we're going to generate this training. That's perfect. That's good, pretty good. 34% of creative sector in Latin America have some type of registration of intellectual property, and out of the 34, only 22% monetize. That is very little. We're saying that within 5 and 6% of creative sector Latin America have registered their intellectual property, and that's serious because that will be the patrimony, the equity of the creative sector. For the agriculturist is land, for the manufacturer they are machine, for the creative sector their patrimony, their equity is the intellectual property. Wonderful what you have said instead of it.
Cuéntanos,
Juan Pablo, to start closing, you see, we have taken a lot of time. Tell us, what are the instruments you have to support creative sector? And then we are starting to close this panel. We have the model of managing quality credits, similar to a traditional bank. And we see it when we understand the needs, when it has to do with working capital, or from the different instruments from public funds, or what has to do with the Corfo or the cultural fund, is to advance those capitals. Just to be quicker and to illustrate, I would like to share this. In the creation of this quality credit, we analyze this with a specialist team from the commercial area to understand how it is done. So it's not the same when you think of who assesses you and who analyzes you or evaluates you. We know that organization in depth, you see, and then we have the creative industries here generating an impact and contributing to this sustainability. This is what we care about in the generation of funding, what the money is going to be used for. And the third part is customized. This is customizing the need of this funding. We structure a flow where we feed the calendar of payment according to the organization income. If they want to advance the payment state or a Corfo project or that a national council TV is going to pay, if you need that money, we can make it fit when the return of that capital becomes valid, when the money of that contract is there concretely present. We have done that with different production companies, for example. Paying this debt when you have money makes sense, not when you don't have it. Then the remaining period is to pay interests, but we do care when we do a customized and flexible credit is sustainable for organization, and indebting is useful for the organization. And finally, it is a conscious credit because it's important to know the origins of the money, where the money comes from and to where it goes. And it comes from people who want to make this investment, or what we have said, in the sector, where they have their savings in a project generating impact to contribute to society, and besides having a profitability, economic profitability. It is important to know the origin and where it is heading for, because what we work in the ethical bank is to be transparent with the use of money, which are just only projects and organizations contributing to societies and human development. In that transparency and in that ethics is where we are. Wonderful. It's a way to change society. Thank you very much. Doble Impacto.cl, that's where you can connect. Data is there if you want to connect. ProChile.cl too. And with Raul, you look for the name Raul Vilches. If you Google Raul Vilches, you will find everything related to Raul Vilches. And Corfo.cl, you visit that webpage and there is an incredible search engine inside the webpage, and then you will find all programs. For example, if you write Creativa, it will be key.
Estoy muy contento porque creo que también humanizamos lo que significa el apoyo a los creadores.
What means support to creators and creative sectors. In 10 seconds, each one, because we are kind of late. 10 seconds, let's say goodbye.
No, yo le mando un abrazo enorme a la región de Los Lagos.
My regards to Los Lagos region. I believe that what
todas las personas que están
you are doing from the region, everyone that's involved in this event, not only the event and people behind, there is a look on the territory, and my congratulations. And I do want to continue supporting this type of initiatives. Thank you for the invitation. Incredible, the created territory, that's so incredible for the Yard City. It's a national pride. And what you are doing is absolutely fantastic. Thanks for the invitation. And let's open this to create, along with us, with Doble Impacto, other ways to manage economy and create a bank to be transparent, responsible, and sustainable. Excellent. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo.
Primero, agradecer a todos ustedes.
First, thank you, everyone, those who are working, technicians, those who make possible this event. That's important. We are also organizing events. You are doing everything fine. Congratulations. Generally speaking, to all people who are listening, ProChile is open for you. That has been our motto. We continue welcoming you and be there for you. Thank you very much. The creative sector, more than 2,500 people from the creative sector is watching you in this ETC webpage.cl, in Facebook and Instagram. So we're going to reach a lot of people. All this content will be distributed in different capsules, and they will be put into value all year round. We have a lot of work, we have a lot of content to share with you, and thank you for being and participating in this panel. One more hack, regards, and we continue with our agenda.
Buenas tardes.
Chao.
Aquí estoy. José.
Ahora sí volvimos. Increíble panel, muy interesante sobre cómo financiar proyectos culturales,
So
creativos.
here we're back. Interesting panel, the one we had. So now, the last element in order to finish, one more element, we have a professor from Harvard University with a huge background with cultural agents, actors, important actors in the cultural world. She's a friend, not only my friend, but also a friend from Frutillar. We have shared with her in the concept of this global program, global civil program. Doris Summer, are you there? Yes, I am here, really happy. Happy for the invitation. So nice to have you with us. Together with you, we're having people from more than 40 different creative cities from UNESCO, because in the framework of this activity, we're celebrating the cluster of music of UNESCO. We're 50 year and the cities are members. So Doris Summer is also a friend of this cluster. We're really happy to have you here.
Muchas gracias. Como ya has dicho, me siento.
Well, as you have said, I'm really happy because I have visited Frutillar many times. Because you're always welcome me so warmly in that beautiful and musical city. I want to say that I know you because of music. Thanks to music, thanks that you are the center of the cluster of creative cities. Because I cooperate, as I said, with this, not because I am a musician myself, but because musicians which I work with, basically the director, academic director of the program, Pedro Centeno, who is Chilean, he is very talented. He sees together with me the need to develop all of the talents of young people through music. if you learn music, you can also learn to read and to think and to create and to be an entrepreneur. So what we have done with Global Co-Creation Lab, it is to invite you to be facilitators of programs of reading and writing, because this is the art which is more required for young people. You can learn to be a productive and happy citizen, healthy citizen, being a musician or an artist, plastic artist, or a performer, or every kind of musician. But if you don't know how to write or to read, you cannot be developed, you cannot grow. We know that in all of the countries. In a conversation with the director of cultural programs in Chile, the Minister of Culture in Chile, I knew that just like in many other countries, amongst the readers of the countries, 15% of them, only 15% of them read deeply with a high level of comprehension. So we have an opportunity through creativity, musical creativity, of developing the skills, what skills of the reading and writing. There are libraries in the world, such as Luis Ángel Arango in Bogota, that have a whole study of music, not only with books, but with a piano and many instruments in a big studio in the library, because you can learn one thing together with another, and that is fruitful when you open the different ways to share a road towards development, which is sustainable. So what I want to do with you, it is to dare to invite you to connect one art with some other arts, music with all of the other arts, and thinking in launching a new element 4.0, which is going to be reborn. Why am I saying 4.0? Because we're at a time of the development and the crisis of mankind, where we have to cooperate once again. I mean, artists, scientists, politicians, administrators, everyone should cooperate in order to rescue the land, the earth, the planet, in order to practice democracy with dignity. Both the planet and the democracy are precious resources, fragile, and we need to pay attention to them. We all together need to pay attention to it. So I will start with a memory of what it was the first Renaissance in Europe. First of all, I want to remember that it was a response to a pandemic. Europe was in a pandemic for a long time. And when it finished, the wise people started to leave, to get outside, to get into the street, and they began to be musicians, architects, masters, politicians. We know that Machiavelli was a great artist. And one of the biggest examples, known examples, and wonderful example, is the example of Bruno Lasky. He dared to build a cathedral in Florence without the Gothic apparatus. He said he could build a dome that high that people would get amazed without the external skeleton. Many of them thought he was crazy, that it was something insane, insane to say. But the Medici believed in this artist, and they invested in him, in his vision. And people from the city, I mean, they saw that the Medici, I mean, they were wise people, especially when facing challenges. So the Medici started to have the power, economic power and political power that led Florence to be the city, the important city it was and it is now. So that cooperation between entrepreneurship and art, vision and management, it is the first Renaissance. We know that art, it is fundamental. We are in a meeting with artists and art managers, and without art we have no imaginations, and we lose the love for people. Everything is gray, boring. So art invites us to live intensively. But I want to think from my corner at university, from humanities, what humanities are for this Renaissance. Why or what are humanities for? Because they develop the so-called 21st century skills, which are creativity, which artists have, but also the critical thinking, cooperation, communication. All of those capabilities are found in sciences, technologies, mathematics, science, and those capabilities are sometimes hidden in the interpretation of art in humanities. In humanities, we like the hesitation. We ask questions. We don't get an easy answer. One advantage that Spanish has over English is that in music, we don't talk about playing, but to interpret. There's always a possibility that could interest others. So we stop there in humanities in order to think about our options. And if we're not trained to this thinking from doubt, then democracy will not have a chance in the world. So we should think about that cooperation between writing and reading developed by humanities and art developed by music. And I want to quote a critic from the Russian formalism that he says that art exists for converting gray into colors. Art is against automation that ruins everything. Without art, look how you escalate different dangers, because you lose sensitivity, sensitiveness. So art makes us be born again, to reactivate feelings, desires, passion, happiness. Now, all of that comes from this critical thinking, comes from a Renaissance 2.0. It started with Kant, the philosopher of the Enlightenment, because he understood properly that without reason there is no science. But if we get stuck only with reason, with dangerous desires of the reason, we have no sociability, because you may be right, and maybe you won't care what others think. You may not have any doubts, and if we are not hesitating, if we have no doubts, if we don't have the need to ask for what has happening to others, we lose sociability and the opportunity to democratize ourselves. So therefore, together with the reason, he added the importance of judgment. Judgment, it is not reasonable. It is a different skill, faculty, and depends on other people. And since it is difficult to develop judgment, he appealed to aesthetics. Kant didn't care about art, but he knew that through art, we develop aesthetic judgment, a like, a taste, and with that we can connect with other people who are having different interests, different classes, genders, races. But the artistic taste goes beyond interest, and it goes towards the different contexts, human contexts that we need in order to create societies which are democratic and equitative. So one of his disciples, Friedrich Schilling, was not only a philosopher, he was also an artist. We know him as a poet, as a writer. And when facing the scene, horrible scenes of terror of the French Revolution, and here I am showing an image of the French Revolution, he said, what was his reply to that horror? He wrote a series of letters about education, aesthetic education of men. And he started by saying, if it's not out of place, trying aesthetics in this moment. And his response was, aesthetics is the answer, the most urgent answer in moments of horror, in moments of violence, in contemporary moments where we are harming the environment that may even destroy the world as we know it. Democracy, it is fragile, and it could also be destroyed. So in this situation, aesthetics, it is the most urgent practice because he says in this second quote, the seriousness of your principles will make enemies flee from you, but they will be able to support that, and their taste, it is going to be even stronger than their hearts. So if we want to cope with the enemy, with the rival, with the one who is not agreeing with us, who doesn't want to see science, who doesn't want to defend democracy, we shouldn't try to reason with the person, but we need to enchant the person through art. We need to eliminate the gray that Jowski talked about. And it is through art, which is going to be done because the taste, it is wider than the heart. Heart, it is polluted, contaminated. But if we can enchant and detour and make the other ask about, what is this about? Can you explain this again? Can you tell me about the songwriter? Let's play together. There we're going to have a base to have a social relationship. So what did this person, Schiller, do? Since he was a poet and he took the liberty of inventing, well, he coined a word, Spieltrick, function, the idea to create and play. It is a word that didn't exist before, and I want to be used much more. In English, it is translated into jugar y dirigir. Just like in English, it is play, and also in Spanish, it is a bit different, but and as I say here, it is a response for the conflict between the reason and passion. And he invented it as the conflict between barbarism and savage. Instead of getting away from that conflict, the same conflict is giving us the fuel for doing new things, for getting a new product, for having a new baby, a new God, Spieltrieb. So we get to another key moment of crisis and crumbling of the world as we know it. After the medieval plague, after the horror of the French Revolution, we get to the moment in history of these two world wars. Between those two wars, we also have to reimagine ourselves. Protests had to turn into proposals. That is something that we cultural agents propose. We need to change the word protest, not eliminating it, but we need to overlap the word proposal. And between those two world wars, we reinvented ourselves with new materials, synthetic materials. It was not the rubber was not available for building. Everything could be made through artificial elements, through art. But that moment also, it is in the past. And in order to prepare the Renaissance 4.0, we have some hints. What is the project of citizen culture starting in Bogota? I don't know if you know. Maybe you know the mayor of the most violent and corrupt city of the Americas in the 80s and 90s, when he asked his Secretary of Culture for an idea, for something to give the citizens the sensation that something is possible, the Secretary said, "Boss, there's nothing that can be done. It is time to take clowns out." And Marcus, as a good artist, besides manager and philosopher and mathematician, but as an artist, he changed the offense of taking the clowns out, and he said, "Let's do it." And he took 20 traffic policemen who were corrupt at that moment, and he placed 20 clowns that could make people laugh. The ones committing any infraction, anyone crossing the street, not walking on the pedestrian crossing, was laughed at. And that started to make people to see and to pay attention to the traffic lights and pedestrian crossings as performing artifacts. And in 1 year, they lowered the rate of deaths in the street because of traffic accidents in more than 50% just in 1 year. In the first year, they also started to lower the homicide rates. And between the two MOCUS places, they got the lowest rate up until 70%.
Menos homicidios en la ciudad de Bogotá.
It reduced 70% of the murder rate. So it started to reborn. And since Marcus can't stop being creative, 3 years ago, they did a campaign against corruption using reggaeton. And if you want, I got access. The video is on YouTube, where there is a political campaign, a pretty efficient one, and well, hand in hand with contemporary music. Cultural agents encouraging writing and reading with other agents, and Mafalda is a great support. She knows that the vaccine we need today is not just against
sino
the
contra la
coronavirus,
la gente que todavía
but against ignorance, because there are people who still think that the virus is a myth, is a conspiration, but we all need that we should be vaccinated against ignorance. And this is why we do pretexts and pretextos. So pretext is our campaign against ignorance. It takes any text, any area, any scope, and we have worked this Foucault text to make it into raw material to do art. And we have done that with musicians in Frutillar for years. And I wanted to show you an example of test we have used, including in Frutillar, and it's a Foucault episode telling what happens with a plague in France in the late 17th century. The mayors, they will have to take particularly a strict spatial dimension, closure of the city, prohibition to leave that zone under death penalty, and it continues, you see, like a guideline referring to curfews, referring to more and more contendent measures because the plague does not leave. Here in the graphics, you can see how the city is built under lockdown. To visualize it, we also have an intervention against domestic violence, which is in its peak. It's alarming. During lockdown, mostly men get bored at home, and women know what to do at home, but men usually are not home, and violence from men to women and children and the elderly is alarming. So our way to intervene is by multiplying the activities you can do at home pleasantly and with support. Why not? So we have reached to include this necessary rebirth. I invite you to participate to foster collaboration within artists and educators. It is to renew the intellectual and creative daring, the first Renaissance, triggering advancement that we never thought of. An advancement, so breakthrough in everything, in economic management, in politics, and obviously in arts and education. I don't know if you know that Petrarch, a great poet, was the mentor and advisor of all great politicians at one point. So Renaissance 2.0 was also involved to science, sociability, and aesthetic judgment. That's what it means. Renaissance 3.0 of the World Wide Web was self-management in synthetic matters and struggles of national liberation. Back then, the human being was the center of the world, and humanism, centric humanism. And now we are beyond, further. We are in 4.0, which will be on a planet level to rescue the land, the earth, reinforce democracy required in science and arts, which there collaborate. It's an opportunity and an obligation, my friends, and this is how I finish. I'm back with you now. I can see that time has ended. I appreciate your attention, and I hope we can have the opportunities to continue collaborating with you, because this renaissance, this enlightenment we need to do is urgent. Thank you very much, Jose. Doris, wonderful words. Thank you very much. We were paying a lot of attention to you of this proposal of creating a fourth renaissance. after all the Kantian stage worldwide words, we are now in a turning point in history, and arts and culture need to regain the role they have played in the examples you have mentioned. I really like what you said at the beginning about opening these spaces. We need culture people along with managers, along with politicians, with governors, with people who make decisions, and start to join them or to show them what's the reality. Thank you very much, Doris. I would really love to continue talking with you, but we need to continue. We are in time, but thank you very much for your warm intervention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doris. Our heart is full now. This thing about the culture and also creative and cultural economies humanize. And we have that important goal of having an industry, but from the humane. And thank you very much.
Tenemos un mini doc.
And we have a mini doc now? Yes, we do. And precisely it refers to that. And I think it's perfect. It goes hand in hand with your wonderful words, because it's an art, it's a well-known artist in films, in drama. His name is Felipe Brown, and he came here to live close to this place, close to Frutillar, in a place called Llanquihue, to change his life and humanize what he's looking for, not only from the scenic arts, but from gastronomy and the connection to the earth. We invite you to see this mini doc.
Mi nombre es Felipe Brown.
My name is Felipe Brown. I'm an actor, director too.
A temas que tienen que ver con la gastronomía, pero también con la audiovisual.
I work with gastronomy and also with audiovisual. I work in drama, films, movies, everything that an actor does. And my relation to the South started when I was 7 years old. My parents decided to come here, looking for the possibility to live on a way connected to the country, to the rural area, and self-sustainable. That was in 1987. Then I returned to Santiago. I studied drama. I studied documentary movies too. And the South was always in me returning here. Well, I used to come with the children, but there was always a place in myself wanted to return here. You see, rain, all the things, I really liked it. So I used to miss this. I started to see how Chile was getting dried, and I started to miss that. And at the beginning here, everything was very practical. I was close to the airport. I like gastronomy, I like food, and that pretty good produce products, so fish, seafood. And in creative terms, what got my attention was Frutillar because of the Teatro Frutillar. I knew that there was an important venue there, a cultural venue, but I wasn't aware of it here much, what was happening in Puerto Varas or Llanquihue. Then it was a surprise to see what was happening, particularly with people, places, of course. Now it's, understanding people, energy, the creative power, the desire to get together, of wanting to put things together. Everyone's too creative. That got my attention a lot. Very connected to the cultural scope and sustainability, and what has to do with ecology and those stuff. That's impressive. I think that is interesting. And living in the South is an idea I have always had, being in the South, and now with pandemic, we wanted to be isolated, living in a rural place. But there's something interesting there, because an idea saying that you want to be in the south, you just want to live on this, live on goats producing cheese. But I want a mixture. I want a mix. I want to live in a rural area. I want to be sustainable with my hands, but at the same time, I want to do my creative stuff. I want to work in drama. I want to produce my videos. I want to mix it with other things. And now that we have the possibility to work from online or virtually, then I can see that this world exists. Identity is interesting. It's pretty fascinating. You have mixtures here from Mapuche, from Magman, and it's built upon day by day. You see, it's interesting how creativity plays a role here. Not only tourists is present here, but we have other visual elements, gastronomy. We have craft, music. You see, you can walk through the lake and you find interesting things. You can see there's plenty of initiatives here in the basin, and to think that this is a place to stay, probably not just to walk. This is a place to stay here for your children to be raised, to develop some aspects I haven't developed in Santiago, in the capital city. And no doubt you can do it here. If I travel one day, it will be from here, from my house, definitely. Here I can find the possibilities I want to be as an actor, as a director. I can do that. And has something that has to do with opportunities. That's something that these places have. There's a strong power here. When you're here, you start to realize you can put together, put the projects together.
Emocionante la historia de Felipe. Gracias, Felipe, por participar. También
Thank you very much, Felipe, for participating, for being part of this. And now we are in the end of this ETC or ECT. Before finishing, let me tell you that there will be several workshops if you want to participate. At 3 p.m., there will be a workshop on how to internationalize your services, several workshops. PlayStation 5 and its different uses within and outside video games. There's another workshop at 3 p.m., which is a script for sales, construction of narrative. And there is one more at 5 p.m. of digital marketing for creative of person. And besides, there is a meeting with a significant meeting of coordination between Chile and Panama at 4 p.m. And this is how we are concluding this meeting, incredible meeting. All content will be on our webpage, at etc.loslagos.cl. So those will be there hosted. So if you already saw us, you can share it with those who haven't seen it. If we are happy due to something and we are really sure that we can verify, confirm that talent here in Los Lagos region is giant. If you are an entrepreneur, if you are from the creative sector in Los Lagos region, approach someone else from your sector. We have been able to articulate, and the invitation is precisely to be part of it, to participate in what we call the creative ecosystem of Los Lagos, the national networks of creative industries, on tourism, and several other things. Due to this event, we would like to thank our partners, Corfo, Ministry of Culture and Arts and Heritage, Planeas agency. It's not just partners in this event, it's the giant partners. We have shared other things, and together with them, our media partner, Cernatur Pro Chile, Planes Foundation, Corporation of Musical Weeks, the network of creative network. I know there are many more, but thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of them. I had a friend and he told me that the best thing about film is to stay at the end and see and read the credits of all the people who participated in that beautiful movie that make you move, that give you something, and that make that dream come true. We had a great amount of learning. There's a lot of people being here. Some of the people are in Santiago. We have people in Mexico, in San Antonio, in Valdivia. And I want to thank each one of them. Raimundo Aguirre, María José Santibáñez, Ricardo González, Karina Cabrera, Juan Jarpa, from the Cactus Treatment, Diego Franco, Diego Monge, Kiwi Media team, Jorge Videla, Chris Jordan, Rodrigo Videla, Jerko Navarrete, Javiera Navalón, Ditec Sur Team, Belén Uribe, Juan Pablo Leiva, Héctor Álvarez, Sebastián Reyes, Los Lagos Theater Venue with the team, Bárbara Ollarco, Carlos Barrientos, my team in Planeas, Antonio Turra, Lisette, Carolina. Thank you. Thank you to Plades, and of course, thank my friend Jose Nice for all we have lived here. And this doesn't end now, they will continue during the year, and we do hope to see you in a next ETC Los Lagos. It does not stop here. We have a gift for you. We will present the last mini-doc of the entrepreneurs is the story of Sebastián Errázuriz, a neighbor, music composer, and then with a spectacular play, start by Sebastián Errázuriz in the Los Lagos Theater. Thank you to all those who participated, who were with us 3 days, and well, see you next year. Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Sebastián Errázuriz, soy compositor, director de orquesta, productor musical.
Sebastián Errázuriz, orchestra director. One of the things I've been doing, which has been really interesting, is how to make opera as a gender, as a play. It is something that identifies us with being Chilean, American in the 21st century. Being able to show an audience, Chilean audience, the possibility of there could be Chilean operas, a medium where we can see what we're seeing and what's happening on the stage. Creativity is a way of life. It is a way of getting up in the morning where there's no script. But what really matters, it is a process. And what you observe during the day in order to, from an idea, to get to something which is different. I live in Frutillar. for the last 3 years. I am betting that we moved as a family to live in a natural surrounding, which is quiet, where we can develop all of our creative capabilities. Not many years ago, it was something like an extreme decision. Only a year would do that. The composer who left the mountains, something like that. So now it can be done. You can be here from Frutillar, from Kiwi Basin, broadcasting to the world with a good connection, internet connection, and you can work from this peacefulness. And you're constantly wondering, what can I contribute with to projects, creative projects, artistic projects, which are happening here and all over the world. So this has been a magnet, attracting people, diverse people, thinking people in different areas. Being here, it is like sizing what we are against nature or before nature. This is a conversation that we usually have, and I hope to keep it forever with my wife. It is like you get astonished on because you don't want to get used to the place you live. We are always hoping, we want to be amazed eternally.
Soy Sebastián Errázuriz y para mí es un honor poder presentarles a continuación una grabación que hicimos en el Salón Tronador del Teatro del Lago.
This is a recording that we did at Tronador room in Teatro del Lago. So it's my pleasure to show you this video that we recorded.
ha de abrir. Bajo cantando y su huella abriendo por quebradas, sangre valiente que floreció en el monte, agua sagrada y mal al curar, tu corazón lloró limpiando la tierra que se ha de abrir. De la piedra la luz del sol amanecer, desde el tiempo en que brotó pura y clara, agua sagrada y mar al curar, tu corazón lloró limpiando la tierra que se ha de abrir. Agua sagrada y mar al curar, tu corazón lloró limpiando la tierra que se ha de abrir. Como el agua en los esteros ya te has ido cantando, germinas de la pequeña flor y en una estrella brillante te has convertido, bella mujer. Como el agua en los esteros ya te has ido cantando, germinas de la pequeña flor y en una estrella brillante te has convertido, bella mujer. En una estrella brillante te has convertido, bella mujer.
Bien, ahora los quiero invitar a escuchar un clásico de la música chilena. Con texto de Pablo Neruda y música de los Jaivas, los invito para esta versión que escribí hace pocos días atrás para Águila Sideral.
águila sideral. Patria pura, ramo de sal, cerezo de alas negras, ola de plata, dirección